Chapter 112. The old emperor nodded in satisfaction and returned to the throne room with the help of an old man behind him. His face was ashen and he was defeated like a piece of paper. The old man behind him frowned. "Your Majesty, you don't have much time left. You have to hurry. I'll have to trouble you to look after me." The old emperor took a deep breath and said, "Daoist, everything else is under control except for the precinct of court. I've spent so much effort and money over the past few decades. I didn't expect these people to be the ones who jumped in at the last moment. Daoist, please tell me, did I do anything wrong?" The old man sneered. "I've told you before, don't think that the power of the mortal world can fight against the cultivators. You think that these powers can fight against the cultivators, but the result is that most of the people in the precinct of court are more loyal to Taoism. You have to know that only cultivators can fight against the cultivators, and the ones who will help you in the end are the cultivators. Your country is worthless in the eyes of the cultivators." The old emperor smiled bitterly and called the fourth prince over. "After I die, everything will follow your orders. Remove the precinct of court and appoint a state preceptor, appointed by the Taoists. In the future, anything related to cultivation in the country will be handled by the state preceptor. We will not interfere." The fourth prince wrote it down with tears in his eyes. The old emperor looked at the old man and pleaded. "Zhaoye City is safe now. The only thing that can't be controlled is the cultivators. On account of our decades of friendship, please help me one last time." This was also his last sentence. Even with the support of the Daoist behind him, no one could help him now that his time was up. Lu Xiaoyi was bored alone in the Yarrow residence. Second uncle had been taken away by the palace guards. No one knew if it was a good thing or a bad thing, but he wasn't worried. He guessed that he wouldn't die, right? While he was bored, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. He saw a flying object that he had never seen before. It was as big as a table and shaped like a disc, just like the flying saucer he remembered from his previous life. However, it wasn't big. Most importantly, there was a Daoist standing on it. This was a real Foundation establishment cultivator. Lu Xiaoyi's intuition told him so. How would it feel if he could fly in the sky one day? Everyone had a dream of flying, but only cultivators could make their dreams come true. The Foundation establishment cultivator used his mana to spread the sound waves in all directions. Mortals could not hear it, but only cultivators with spiritual energy could hear it. "I am Lin Quan, and I am here to inform all my fellow cultivators in Night Reflection City. Cultivators and mortals were different from each other. Cultivators of the Yi Kingdom did not participate in court affairs. This was an iron law. Today, those who participated in the rebellion have all been executed. They should be made an example of. Life is short and bitter, cultivation is difficult. Using a useful body to pursue the Tao of nature is the lonely path of cultivation. Entering the mortal world and causing chaos is not something we should do. The helpers of evil have already been executed. Fortunately, most of the cultivators were able to keep their true intentions and did not participate rashly. Since that is the case, Lin Quan has good news to tell everyone. I hope that everyone will be able to keep it in their sleeves. The Daoist's gaze swept across Lu Xiaoyi. It was as if the Daoist had seen through him, but Lu Xiaoyi did not feel anything. He was only guessing where the prize came from. A month ago, a flying boat from beyond the heavens stopped at Feng Huang Mountain outside Night Reflection City to pick up the fated people to the place of cultivation. This is the beginning of immortality. 10 years later, there will also be a flying boat to pick up the fated people at Wangding Mountain outside Shangjing City of the Liang Kingdom. As long as you cultivators can sense the Foundation establishment, you will have the chance to escape from the cage and go to the upper bound. The road to immortality is right in front of you. No matter how obsessed you are with the mortal world, it is just a handful of dung. We cultivators should be independent and strong. Although Night Reflection City is beautiful, it is not our hometown. Let's disperse. This was the Daoist's promise to the late emperor. He gave hope to the cultivators in Night Reflection City who heard the news and took the opportunity to divert their attention from the cultivators who died in the fight for the imperial power. The upper bound was very clear. It was a flying boat that would take people away from this low-level cultivation world to another place with more spiritual opportunity. It was a beautiful wish, but the prerequisite was extremely harsh. Was it so easy for a rogue cultivator to build his foundation? It was just the privilege of being a disciple of a sect. It was just that this time, the Daoist had revealed the news to everyone and gave them hope. It was an unattainable goal. It was like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey. But no matter what, under the impact of such news, some cultivators who had ulterior motives gave up the idea of staying in Night Reflection City to cause trouble. After all, immortality was their biggest wish. Lu Xiaoyi was also a little excited when he heard this. The upper bound. What kind of scenery would that be? It was very desirable. But to him, contentment was the most suitable state of mind. If he did not sense the foundation establishment, everything else would be a daydream. But once he achieved the foundation establishment, he would have an extra 180 years of lifespan. Whether it was in this world or the upper bound, there was no difference. The advantage of going to the upper bound was the possibility of further improvement. But controlled Dan? Lu Xiaoyi would never think of a goal that was too far away from him. It was meaningless. Besides, with his mother and Aunt Cai around, he could not bear to leave them to enjoy immortality alone. What was the point of living like that? Night Reflection City regained its order, but all of this had nothing to do with Lu Xiaoyi. Even if the Yarrow family wanted to hold a small banquet after his second uncle returned, it had nothing to do with him. It was not that he was not invited, but that he was too lazy to attend such an event. The city still could not be casually strolled around. The curfew would continue for a period of time until the fourth prince's throne was fully stabilized. A large number of messengers were sent out, spreading the news to all parts of the country. This was an inevitable phenomenon when a new emperor came to power. If there was laughter, there would be tears. This was life. An exquisite banquet table was placed in the small living room. This was something that General Funwei had requested during the family reunion. All the dishes were of the best quality. As for whether the banquet was complete or not, the old man did not care. This was the first time in the Yarrow family's many decades of life that such a banquet was held. Everyone was shrewd. Regardless of whether it was the madams or the young ladies who were well versed in politics, or the men who had many connections outside, they could all tell something from this banquet. Coupled with the fact that the old master had successfully passed the trial and the changes in the capital, it also explained something. That low-profile and taciturn young master-nephew of theirs, could it be that he was actually someone who knew the heavens? Of all the people, other than the old master, the ones who knew the most were his 3 sons. They knew of the old master's plans, and were always on tenterhooks because of it. They could not sleep at night. News came from outside, and the 3 sons were already preparing for their funeral. But who would have thought that there would be a small twist in the plot? They still did not know what the reason was, and the old master was not willing to tell them. But from the banquet today, some things were on the verge of being revealed. These were not things that Lu Xiaoyi needed to care about. Once a person started to cultivate, they would not care about the things in the mortal world. Lu Xiaoyi had not experienced the baptism of the mortal world in this life, but he seemed to have experienced a lot in his previous life. Coupled with the wandering in the universe, the current him only wanted to have a relatively peaceful life, and to have family that he truly cared about by his side. Chapter 113. How could it not be a lifetime? Longevity, power, wealth, what was the point of thinking so much? He was fiddling with the new items. Although he was only in the middle stage of Chi Eater, this person's wealth was not as shabby as the rogue cultivators in Pu City. Sure enough, those who could survive in the night were the cream of the crop. There were a few bottles of elixirs and dozens of talismans. There was no cultivation method, but there was a foundation establishment experience of a Chi Eater cultivator passed down from a certain sect. In terms of value, it was not as good as Liang Quangren, but it was above most rogue cultivators. However, what Lu Xiaoyi was interested in was not the elixirs and talismans, but the experience. He had been cultivating for 4 years and was basically in a state of exploring alone. This was actually the state of most rogue cultivators. He was too lazy to seek refuge with a certain sect. Firstly, he did not know, secondly, it did not matter, and thirdly, he did not want to lose face. So what if it was longevity? Face was more important than longevity. This was Lu Xiaoyi's hidden attitude towards life. Although this was a cultivation world, it was not easy to see cultivators with a sect background. Some potential cultivators in the qi eating stage were not allowed to go out easily. At this stage, the sect would only invest in them, but they would not get anything in return. They ate and drank from the sect and used the sect's resources, yet they still went out to court death. This was not allowed. In any case, Lu Xiaoyi had met two cultivators with sect backgrounds. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to befriend them. Instead, he sent them to the Western Paradise. This was fate. A Foundation establishment cultivator could come out at will, but such a big shot like the one in the sky just now, how could it be easy to meet them? Birds do not talk with insects, eagles do not fight with chickens, humans do not fight with dogs, they are not on the same level. Opportunities were mysterious and unpredictable. Since Lu Xiaoyi's opportunity with the red threadworm, it seemed that all his luck had left him. There were no more encounters worth mentioning. For example, if he met a young lady from a big sect, or an old man from a certain sect, would they have nothing better to do than to tease a rogue cultivator like him? There was an invisible wall that completely divided the cultivation world into several spaces. In the world of rogue cultivators, you could only see rogue cultivators forever. When you met a cultivator of a higher level, it often didn't mean that luck had come, but that disaster had befallen you. Just like Monk Ching Mu and the Daoist who jumped over the wall. It was precisely because of this that things like insights were often more precious than cultivation techniques to rogue cultivators. Not only could it let you know the how, it could also let you know the why. It went without saying that the experience of someone who had been through it would be a great guide for a newbie. Lu Xiaoyi began to read the book carefully. He was not in a hurry to go back because the rebellion in Nightly City had just been settled. There were many disloyal people scattered in the city. He was not afraid of those mortal outlaws, but he was afraid that if there were still cultivators who were still holding a grudge against his second uncle's betrayal, they might have a backup plan. For people like second uncle, even if he was really harmed, the imperial court would not pursue the matter too much. They might even think that it was a good thing that he died, so that everyone would not feel awkward. He planned to stay for another 10 days. After the new emperor ceremony, the order would be established and the evil would be wiped out. Cultivators would leave the city to pursue their own futures before leaving. When he returned, he could give a perfect explanation to his mother, lest the old lady would say that he did not put in effort and did everything half-heartedly. Since he had nothing to do, he could study the book and find out the reason why he was having difficulties in the later stage of qi eating. Qi eating was also known as qi training, qi nourishing, qi waiting, qi benefiting, and so on. There were many names, but in fact, they all had the same meaning. It was the process of cultivators who had just started to cultivate by eating the spiritual vigor of heaven and earth. In the early stage of cultivation, cultivators placed great importance on the dantian, and the form of spiritual power in the dantian was used to differentiate between realms. For example, the dantian of a cultivator in the qi-eating stage was a gaseous dantian. Relatively speaking, the gaseous state was also the physical state with the lowest spiritual vigor. It was the first gaseous state. When the spiritual vigor in a cultivator's dantian became denser and denser, under the combined influence of cultivation techniques, pills, external objects, opportunities, luck, environment, mental state, and other factors, the gaseous dantian would undergo a mutation. It was like the accumulation of clouds in the sky producing rain. Finally, the gaseous cloud-shaped spiritual vigor would turn into a clear spring, completing the qualitative change from gaseous to liquid. This was the foundation establishment stage. In this world, the foundation establishment stage was known as the foundation establishment stage. From a completely new perspective, it was known as the perception stage. It was also known as the spiritual sensing stage, the zither heart stage, and the returning to childhood stage. They all had the same meaning, referring to the various mystical aspects of the foundation establishment stage. It was the second gaseous state. With the growth of one's cultivation, the dantian of a foundation establishment cultivator would become more viscous and refined. One day, under the combined influence of countless external and internal factors, the liquid dantian would condense into a solid state, and the spiritual vigor would also become more substantial. This was the controlled Dan stage. The controlled Dan stage was also known as the Jin Dan stage, the cloud soaring stage, and the Yuan Dan stage. This was already the peak of the initial stages of a cultivator. Even in the so-called upper realm, it was the backbone of cultivation. If it was in the cultivation world where Lu Xiaoyi was from, it would be in existence like an ancestor. He had heard of it before, but it was only in legends. Right now, Lu Xiaoyi's dantian was a ball of misty spiritual vigor. It was far from being viscous and was in the process of accumulating. However, this process seemed to be somewhat slow and seemed to take a long time. He hoped to find a place that would be helpful to him in this book. Intuition told him that if this continued, the chances of success would not be high. The entire book was called Looking Back. It was not clear which sect it came from, because it was not stated clearly. The entire book was a review of his understanding of cultivation during the process of consuming qi, all the way until he succeeded in establishing his foundation. As for how to gather qi more effectively, he had not found a solution. After all, this senior might not have experienced too much trouble. However, he saw a few very interesting problems on how to establish his foundation. According to this senior, whether one could succeed in establishing their foundation, or whether they could succeed in establishing their foundation, depended on many circumstances. In terms of methodology, there were two ways to establish one's foundation. The first was to consume a foundation establishment pill, which turned clouds into rain and acted as a catalyst. It could induce the spiritual vigor cloud in one's dantian to fall and turn into rain. This would eliminate the need for opportunities, luck, environment, and other completely uncontrollable influences. If one placed their hopes on a flash of inspiration, the chances of success would be so low that it would make one's hair stand on end. The other method was the ancient method, which was purely a flash of inspiration or a sudden impulse. All kinds of external and internal factors would converge at a certain point in time to form a combined force. This method was actually the most natural and also the best method because it followed the will of heaven and abandoned the influence of man. This was the original intention of Taoism. The temporary advantages were not obvious, but they were very important. As one's cultivation increased, it would have a certain impact on one's growth. For example, when one formed their core or formed their nascent soul, if all other conditions were the same, there was a difference between using the ancient method and consuming a pill. Even the slightest difference would have a profound impact on a cultivator. The higher one's cultivation level, the more important it would be. This was the importance of the Tao Foundation. Chapter 114. Of course, for starving beggars, the most important thing was how to fill their stomachs, not whether they would have high blood pressure or high blood sugar in the future. The disadvantage was that the time needed to wait for this point was so far away that there was no way to predict it at all. Lu Xiaoyi had a foundation establishment pill from Liang Quangren's corpse. After years of pondering, he finally figured out the use of this pill. It wasn't a marrow-cleansing pill, nor was it a life-prolonging pill. It was the foundation establishment pill that all rogue cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Regarding this, he was secretly delighted. The things that many loose cultivators couldn't obtain even after working their entire lives were obtained by him without any effort. He was very satisfied. He also didn't want to try the ancient method of foundation establishment. He didn't have any plans for the future. Taking one step at a time was the attitude of a lazy person like him. There were very few examples of the ancient method of foundation establishment, so it was only briefly mentioned in his experience. However, regarding the foundation establishment pill, this senior described it very carefully. He even introduced the ingredients and effects of the foundation establishment pill clearly. He was also a tireless teacher. Lu Xiaoyi knew that foundation establishment pills were divided into several grades. It wasn't absolute. Some said it was divided into 3 grades, while others said it was divided into 5 and 9 grades. It was just like the schools in his previous life. There were vocational schools, ordinary universities, provincial key schools, 21/11ths, 95/85ths. However, what Lu Xiaoyi didn't know was that foundation establishment pills were also divided into different grade. There were only 2 grades, finished product and waste. The finished product was easy to understand. It was the success of foundation establishment. All the spiritual energy turned into liquid. As for its potential, there was no standard in the current cultivation world that could measure it. There was also a type of waste, which was between success and failure. If you said it was a failure, it would start to turn into liquid. But if you said it was a success, it wouldn't completely turn into liquid. In other words, a cycle had been formed in the dantian. The spiritual vigor in the gaseous state and the liquid state were equally divided. It was just like in the natural world, when water vapor rose from a lake under the sun, it would form clouds. Then, the clouds would rain and return to the lake. This was an awkward cycle. The gas was neither gas nor liquid. It had part of the abilities of a building foundation stage cultivator, but it could not be fully utilized. It was a waste foundation. There were a lot of methods from the sect on how to avoid destroying one's foundation. Some were related to the circulation of cultivation methods, and some were related to external help. This was especially important for rogue cultivators. This was because most rogue cultivators had destroyed their foundation. If it was a disciple of a sect, they would rather destroy their foundation and start all over again than allow their disciple to fall into such an endless cycle. Lu Xiaoyi clicked his tongue. Thinking about the scene of his dantian being half lake water and half clouds, he couldn't help but wonder how much it would affect a cultivator's lifespan. After imagining the scene of foundation establishment, he still had to return to reality and continue to look between the lines for questions on how to increase the accumulation of spiritual power. Perhaps this senior wouldn't specifically talk about this issue, but there must be a connection. 3 days later, he finally had an answer after reading through the entire experience several times. He found 2 paths. The first one was that he needed to refine the quality of his existing spiritual power. The more refined the spiritual power, the more spiritual power could be contained in the dantian of the same volume. Only then would it be able to induce rain from qi. Just like the clouds, some could rain heavily, while some could only rain from the sun. It wasn't just a matter of the thickness of the clouds, it was also a matter of the density of the water vapor in the clouds. This wasn't just a simple compression, it was a process of removing impurities and preserving essence, refining and refining. To do this, he didn't need a specialized refining cultivation method. He only needed to circulate the foundation cultivation method. To him, it was to circulate the jade-clear central imperial edict intermittently, repeatedly polishing, removing impurities, and leaving behind the essence. This was also a function that every foundation cultivation method had to have. For the widely circulated jade-clear central imperial edict that had undergone the test of time, there wasn't any problem. It was just that Lu Xiaoyi had blindly pursued the quantity of spiritual power in his previous cultivation and neglected the investment in this aspect. The second path was the problem of having a single source of spiritual power. If it was in the upper cultivation world, this wouldn't be a problem. This was because the spiritual power from nature was always the source of a cultivator's power. It was the right path. Therefore, the cultivators of the upper realm didn't have the problem of having a single source of spiritual power. It was precisely because they only absorbed spiritual power from nature that they became stronger. This was a problem unique to the lower cultivation world. As the spiritual power from nature was thin, the cultivators were forced to look for various substitutes, such as pills, spiritual items, or the use of biological spiritual power like Lu Xiaoyi. These substitutes didn't have the same universal effect as the spiritual power from nature. Therefore, it was like a mortal taking medicine. After taking too much of it, they would develop antibodies to certain medicines and develop a tolerance. The result was that the medicine's efficacy would become lower and lower. The solution was also very simple: change the medicine. no longer using the red thread worm to absorb the spiritual power. Instead, change it to something else, such as pills, spiritual stones, spiritual gathering formations, or the spiritual power carried in the bodies of other living beings. In this regard, the senior who had left behind his insights gave a very pertinent suggestion. He believed that if one had the ability to obtain resources to exchange for other spiritual items, it would be better to solve the problem once and for all, use spiritual stones to set up formations and directly absorb the spiritual power from nature. The reason was very simple. Only the spiritual power from nature was truly harmless and didn't require time to detoxify. Refining it was the easiest, as long as one could support the consumption of spiritual stones to set up formation. This could also prevent the absorption of spiritual items after a period of time and prevent them from continuing to change. There were two basic methods of absorbing spiritual power through formations. Apart from the upgraded, enlarged, and ultimate versions, there were only the spiritual gathering formation and the spiritual guiding formation. Lu Xiaoyi had a rough understanding of these things after years of contact. The core of the spiritual gathering formation was the spiritual power from the spiritual stones that were used to set up the formation. In fact, it was no different from holding a spiritual stone in one's hand. However, the effect was much better and the absorption speed was faster. Of course, the consumption of spiritual stones was also much faster. The spiritual guiding formation was different. It used the formation to gather the spiritual power from the surrounding space to increase the intensity of the spiritual power in a specific space within the formation. In essence, the spiritual power that the cultivator absorbed was the spiritual power of nature, not the spiritual power from the spiritual stones themselves. It was needless to say which one to choose. Even the disciples of a sect would find it difficult to withstand the consumption of spiritual power from the spiritual gathering formation. To achieve this, not only did he need to learn about formations, he also needed to convert spirit stones. Fortunately, he had brought almost all of the red thread worms with him on this trip. It wasn't that he was farsighted, but that he had simply used them as grenades in a fight. This was his final trump card, which was equivalent to throwing away all the resources he had. Lu Xiaoyi was relieved that he had solved the problem of his slow cultivation progress. After some careful calculation, he realized that he had gained a lot from this trip to Nightly City. He had obtained some information that he might not necessarily use. He had a deeper understanding of the floating luck in his sea of consciousness. Now, he had found the root cause of his slow cultivation progress. It was worth it and there was nothing to be dissatisfied about. Chapter 115. For the next few days, he could at least go out for a walk during the day. Zhaoye City was indeed incomparable to Pu City. It was full of worldly affairs that could make people intoxicated. However, Lu Xiaoyi was not someone who would be easily intoxicated. Although he had a vague memory of his previous life, he had inherited a carefree attitude of not caring about anything. He drank wine and ate meat, but he would forget about them once he left the restaurant. He did not go to places of debauchery because such places of entertainment were banned before and after the new emperor ascended the throne. It was a pity. His family in Pu City was very strict. His mother and Aunt Caihong were keeping an eye on him. Although they did not care if he went out for a long run, if he stayed in the brothels, he would probably be reprimanded the next day. He stayed in Zhaoye City until the 8th day, the 2nd day after the new emperor ascended the throne. Lu Xiaoyi took 2 horses out of Yarrow Mansion and never returned. He had always scoffed at worldly etiquette. A cultivator should be free and easy like a cultivator. Saying goodbye in person would mean countless troubles, banquets, letters, local specialties, and possibly countless heartfelt words to persuade him to improve himself. It was too tiring. This time, he left the city through the south gate. Before returning to Pu City, he wanted to go to the market on Fenghuang Mountain outside the city to exchange for some spiritual stones. Since he was out, he would try his best to settle the matter so that he could cultivate in peace. Although he was still a rookie in cultivation, his 4 years of cultivation experience had turned him into an experienced rookie. He also had a basic understanding of the cultivation markets in Yi Kingdom. These were all obtained from Hu Yong and a few people in the circle of rogue cultivators in Pu City. They would occasionally meet to exchange their cultivation experience and knowledge. During the contact, Lu Xiaoyi gradually learned that there were 4 to 5 cultivation markets in Yi Kingdom. As the capital of the country, it was the place where rogue cultivators gathered the most. Of course, there would be a market near the Night Reflection City. Moreover, the scale of the market was not small. It was one of the middle to low-level markets in the Night Reflection country. It was also Lu Xiaoyi's target this time. Over the years, he had accumulated a lot of red threadworms, and it was time to cash them out. These things were living creatures, and they could not be preserved for long periods of time like spiritual corpses. Putting them in the spirit beast pouch would consume them. Without the environment of the Gobi Desert, the red threadworm's spiritual vigor would weaken after 2 to 3 years. Moreover, these things would fight with each other in the spirit beast pouch, which was very troublesome. Fenghuang Mountain was the place where Taoist Lin Quan said there were flying boats from outer space to pick up cultivators. It was also a large market outside Night Sunshine City. Before Lu Xiaoyi got close, he could already feel the hustle and bustle of the market. It was a bustling scene. There are so many cultivators in the Night Reflection country. Lu Xiaoyi quickly understood. The cultivators gathered here were not only from the Night Reflection country, but also from Liang, Daming, Zhongwu, Chao Nei, Nanyu, Tengchong, Luwei, and more than a dozen other countries. Basically, all the countries in the cultivation world were included. There was only one reason for them to gather here, and that was for the once-a-decade flying boats to ferry people. From this point of view, the mastermind of the flying boats to ferry people was not a sect or force from this low-level cultivation world. It should be from the so-called upper realm. Their purpose was to recruit talents. After all, to be able to build a foundation in such a barren land meant that they had enough potential. What did the cultivation world rely on to develop? Of course, talents. This was the reason why the upper realm would come down to harvest people every 10 years. The natives were also happy to be harvested. Going to the upper realm meant better conditions for cultivation, more spiritual vigor, more resources, and a brighter future. Why not? When they were successful, they could even return to their home planet. For the sects and forces, they were also willing to send their disciples away. This was the glory of their orthodoxy. Moreover, if some of the people left, the remaining resources would be easier to distribute. It was a very practical thing. Once every 10 years, these people would rush to the landing site of the flying boat. Some of them were lone travelers, but of course, most of them were from sects. They were also the most well-informed ones. They brought their families and friends with them. Except for a few who wanted to board the flying boat and leave, most of them wanted to take this opportunity to see the flying boat that was said to be able to float in the void. They wanted to see the cultivation environment of the foreign land, get in touch with the cultivators of different countries, and the cultivation orthodoxies of different sects. This cultivation world was relatively isolated in terms of communication. Due to the lack of spiritual vigor and the scarcity of resources, there were very few confrontations between major cultivation orthodoxies. The outstanding ones, the ones with potential, and the ones with a bright future had all gone to the upper realm. What was the point of leaving behind a group of dwarfs to compete? However, the human race was a race that longed for communication. Therefore, the flying boat gathering that happened once every 10 years became a carnival for the cultivators of the entire world. When the flying boats left, it was not the end, but the beginning. Therefore, Phoenix Mountain became the largest open-air market in the cultivation world. All kinds of transactions took place here. Some were open, some were secret, some were deceitful, and so on. Every time the flying boat left, it would last for several months. This was also the reason why almost all the cultivators left the city when Taoist Lin Quan called for help in Night Illumination City. They did not go to other places, but came here to try their luck. Under such circumstances, Lu Xiaoyi's so-called huge sum of money and thousands of red thread worms would probably cause a bloody conflict if he brought them to Crane Mountain. Wealth that would make people's hearts beat faster and their eyes red with envy was also an ordinary transaction here. The cultivators here came from all over the cultivation world, and most of them were disciples of sects with roots and orthodoxies. In front of these people, he was just a bumpkin who had never seen the world. Lu Xiaobao. The original market in Phoenix Mountain was built in a valley. It was big and flat. However, after the cultivators of the entire cultivation world swarmed in, it was too late to rebuild it. Therefore, the open-air flea market was the mainstream. The market could be a flea market, but people could not be fleas. The orthodoxies of the sects that maintained the market would do their best to do so. This involved the reputation of the orthodoxy and also related to the commission income. It was absolutely not something to be taken lightly. There were cultivators at the entrance of the valley. They did not reject rogue cultivators, but mortals. In the past, there were no restrictions on mortals coming in and out of the Phoenix Mountain Valley. However, during this period of time, the number of cultivators had skyrocketed. If curious mortals were allowed to come in, it would be too crowded, which was what the owner did not want to see. As soon as Lu Xiaoyi entered the valley, he was shocked. Looking around, he saw that there were thousands of people. And this was because he couldn't use his perception at all. He couldn't tell how many people there were. Because everyone here was a cultivator, they all had methods to prevent others from spying on them. Therefore, as soon as the area was expanded, his perception would immediately fail. It was like an ant mixed in a herd of animals. How could he count how many lions, tigers, and wild wolves there were? Before, he had been lamenting that he had not seen many talents of the sects. Now, there were thousands of them, many of whom had really built the Taoist foundation. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Chapter 116. As he plunged into the sea of cultivation, he reminded himself to only look with his eyes, listen with his ears, and do nothing else. After the first day, the only feeling he had was that he was in a daze. It was like a grocery store owner who had been idling in a small village. He thought he had some stock, but when he entered the Forbidden City Museum or the Louvre, he could not help but lament when he saw thousands of cultivation methods, secret techniques, tools, spiritual beasts, pills, talismans, and so on. The so-called cultivation was not something a poor person could afford. He was a little puzzled as to how he had gotten to where he was now. To be able to survive in such a glorious and vast cultivation world, how many sect disciples could he kill? It was unbelievable. After a day of shopping, he was a little tired. It was not his body that was tired, but his eyes hurt from looking at all the treasures. He found a slightly empty corner and sat down. He closed his eyes and calmed himself down. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes and his breathing returned to normal. There was a street stall several feet away from him. The stall owner had just completed a transaction and was in a good mood. Taking advantage of the free time at night, he expressed his concern. He asked, "Little brother, are you all right?" Lu Xiaoyi politely returned the greeting. "I'm fine. Just a little dizzy." The middle-aged stall owner laughed. "That's normal. It's too normal. I think you're an itinerant cultivator, aren't you?" Lu Xiaoyi did not hide it. There were many itinerant cultivators in this place. No one would want to talk to someone like him who was not out of the ordinary. "That's right. Senior, you have a good eye." The stall owner laughed. "What's there to see? Looking at your situation, you're a typical rogue cultivator. Let me be frank with you. This place is actually not suitable for rogue cultivators like you to come in. Do you understand what I mean?" Lu Xiaoyi nodded. He did not think that this person's words were offensive. It was the truth. "It's my first time here. I didn't come here on purpose. It's just a coincidence. I was passing by Nightly City, but I didn't expect to see such a big scene. At first, I thought that even though I couldn't afford it, it would still be good to have an eye craving. But now, it seems that this eye craving isn't that easy." After a day, the stall owner had gained quite a lot. Thus, he had the desire to chat and show off. If it was another time and place, he wouldn't have bothered to give pointers to such a small rogue cultivator. "That's right. You're blinded by your flowers. You treat cultivation as money." The things in the world of cultivation were endless and fascinating. To put it bluntly, There were only a few kinds of things in the world of cultivation, especially people like you who don't have much experience. You can't wait to buy everything to your heart's content. In fact, it's your inner demons. In the future, when I cultivated, I would always think that some cultivation method I saw in the market seemed to be more suitable for me. In a battle of magical powers, he would think that a certain talisman from the market square was formidable. If this continued, he would start to doubt his own foundation. Therefore, he might as well not come. In any case, I can't afford it. Messing up my mind is not beneficial to my cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi knew that this person's words were crude but not crude. Even if there were tens of thousands of cultivation techniques here, how many could he cultivate at the same time? There were countless talismans, but how many could he throw with both hands? There were as many elixirs as the sea, but how many could he swallow in a day? Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I'll just take a look. If I were to leave just like that, wouldn't that be too cowardly? The stall owner nodded. You can take a look, as long as you stay true to your heart. But it doesn't matter to you. You can't afford it anyway, so what? Don't think that this place is too high and mighty. In essence, what's the difference between this place and a mortal's market? Swindling, selling shoddy goods as good, passing off fish eyes as pearls, lacking in weight, there's everything. If you really want to buy and sell something, you'd better go to the big stalls in the center with the sect's Tao symbol. You might not be able to get a bargain, but you'd definitely not be cheated. After the stall owner finished speaking, he probably felt that he had said too much. Therefore, he closed his eyes and rested his mind, no longer speaking. Lu Xiaoyi thanked him again. Taking advantage of the night, he began his search again. This stall owner was right. What he said was true. There were thousands of stalls. To look at them one by one and compare their strengths and weaknesses, their prices, and whether they were useful to him, this was an impossible task for someone like him who had limited experience. It would be strange if he didn't fall into a trap. If he wanted to look for treasures here, how much cultivation knowledge and experience would he need? It would tire his heart and mind, and in the end, he wouldn't be able to find anything good. This shouldn't be his choice, and it wasn't what he was good at. What was he good at? According to his own actual situation, he could find the right direction, persevere in cultivation, and add his own understanding and changes in cultivation. How much worse could he be compared to others? He had already killed 2 people. This was an affirmation of himself. After all, he had only been in contact with cultivation for a short time. Even if his mentality was not bad, he was still shocked when he suddenly came into contact with the myriad cultivator fair. It was like Granny Liu entering the Grandview Garden. No, it was like entering the Imperial Garden. Fortunately, he was now alert and no longer had the tendency to indulge. It could also be considered a rare experience in his state of mind. As he walked through the stalls, he mainly had to overcome 2 things. Temptation. First, medicinal pills. It wasn't a pill for him to consume, but a pill for mortals to consume. He had always wanted to buy some medicinal pills suitable for his mother and Aunt Cai, but he had always been hesitant. It wasn't that he was reluctant to spend the spirit stones, but he was afraid of causing unmanageable trouble. Spiritual vigor was a great tonic for cultivators, but it might not be so for mortals. Even someone as strong as Liang Quangren would die if he took too much. Then, what was the most suitable dosage for different mortals? Would there be side effects? These were all things that he had to consider. There were many medicinal pills in these stalls that could prolong one's life by 10 or 20 years, but how could he dare to buy them? It wasn't that these medicinal pills were necessarily fake, but for different people, men and women, old and young, strong and weak, basic diseases, and individual resistance. How could one medicinal pill be used in the world? Lu Xiaoyi looked at countless of them, but in the end, he still decided that the spiritual vigor he had been studying for the 2 old people every day was more reliable. At the very least, he could grasp the severity. If he wasn't proficient in alchemy and couldn't specialize in the art of life, it would be impossible to extend the lifespan of the old people. The scene of swallowing a medicinal pill and turning white hair black and throwing away a walking stick could only happen in legends. Even when he was stung by the white sandworm for the first time and the spiritual vigor entered his body, he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. And this was with the body of a young 17 or 18-year-old with skills. Could the old people's bodies withstand it? Chapter 117. Another thing that tempted him was the ubiquitous recruitment brochures in the market square. There were all kinds of high and mighty sects: Misty Immortal Sect, Jade Emperor Peak, Clear Tushatop Palace, Sky Piercing Peak, and so on. It was as if this place was the center of cultivation in the universe. Want to learn? Want to join a sect? You have to pay a price, right? There were all kinds of unimaginable test conditions, difficult but barely achievable. You need to spend some time, and of course, all kinds of fees came with it. This set seemed to have formed a huge industrial chain in his previous life. Although he wasn't too clear about the details, he understood the basic structure. 10 sects, 10 scams. In other words, it was impossible for the sects of this cultivation world to recruit people in this kind of environment. In Hu Yong's words, those rare blessed lands had very limited spiritual opportunity resources. The first to be recruited were the second and third generations of cultivators, followed by the descendants of their relatives and friends in the cultivation world. Finally, they would look for children around 10 years old in the mortal world, all of whom had outstanding aptitude for cultivation. How could they recruit fully grown adults like them, who were basically a pack of wolves? It wasn't that the sect was scamming, but that someone was using the sect's name to scam. Even though he knew it was a scam, it was like walking on a recruitment street, with wild shouts constantly ringing in his ears. Northern University recruiting, 300 points to enter. Tsinghua discount, 250 points to come quickly. Southern University vomiting blood, as long as it's a person. Lanxiong education regardless of background, as long as it's not a person, spirit stones will do. Southern University sunset class, as long as you can still crawl and breathe. It was really tempting. In any case, it wasn't too expensive. If he gave it a try, who knows, he might meet a really good recruit. The scammers saw through the minds of the rogue cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi quickly walked past these fervent gazes. He finally had a deeper understanding of what it meant to be a cultivator. In the center of Phoenix Mountain Market Square was the original Phoenix Market. The original merchants would usually rent out their shops in this kind of situation instead of continuing their business. This was because their goods could not be compared to these outsiders. Whether it was in terms of price or quality, there was no comparison. Instead of standing here for a few months without selling anything, it was better to rent out their shops and earn a considerable amount of rent. That was a good deal. This was the sect business that the stall owner had told him about. It was targeted at high-end customers. Those who wanted to pick up the bargain would not come here because the stall owners were all expert. The first shop that Lu Xiaoyi saw had a newly made curtain outside the door. The words 1 yuan were written on it. Presumably, this was the name of a certain cultivation sect, but the specific country it belonged to was unknown. The purpose was that although you knew that there was a sect called a yuan in this world, you would never be able to find it. You wouldn't even know which country it was in, and you wouldn't even know if it was in the north, south, east, or west. Lu Xiaoyi straightened his face and was about to step in when a young man with an excellent demeanor reached out to stop him. Our shop only entertains Foundation Establishment seniors. Visitors are declined. Thank you. Lu Xiaoyi was startled and immediately understood. He was not angry. You are just an ant. What right do you have to be angry? He turned around and walked 2 steps, then turned back. Is our Yuan sect still recruiting this year? The young man was also startled, but his reaction was very quick. It's a Yuan temple, not a Yuan sect. We are not recruiting this year. Small sects and small households are overcrowded. If you want to enter, aren't there so many big sects outside recruiting? He emphasized the words big sects and big sects. The meaning of ridicule was obvious. A smart person would of course understand. If they were stupid enough to persist in going about things the wrong way, then they deserved to be cheated. Lu Xiaoyi was not disappointed. It was within his expectations. He went to the second shop and was rejected. This was the characteristic of a sect's shop. They did not accept those lame mouths loose cultivators. Not to mention that they did not have the ability to spend, they looked very carefully and their mouths were big. They wished that the whole cultivation world would know the things in your shop. It was very annoying. Obviously, the restriction of foundation establishment and above was just an excuse. In fact, the real restriction was loose cultivators. As long as sect disciples showed their origin, chi-eating disciples could also enter. Moreover, this kind of people was the majority. This was a difference in treatment, but Lu Xiaoyi was still not dissatisfied. In the cultivation world, weakness was the original sin. If you were still dissatisfied, then you were weak and stupid. There was no saving you. However, there were always orthodoxies that believed in fairness. Among the hundreds of shops in Fenghuang Mountain, there were 10 or so. Some of them required you to show your wealth. Most of them were limited to 100 low-level spirit stones. Among them, there were 3 that were defy. They did not need anything and there was no one guarding the door. Lu Xiaoyi was in such a shop. It was called Li Shitian and occupied the largest building in the entire market. From this point of view, its strength must be among the best in this low-level cultivation world. The limelight was not something that every orthodoxy could achieve. It needed strength as a backing. If a big sect like Li Shitian did the same thing, people would say that you were full of spirit and had the temperament of a leader. If it was a small sect, people would say that you were overestimating yourself and puffing yourself up at your own cost. This was also a double standard. The style of the market was different from that of Xianlai Town at the foot of Crane Mountain. Li Shitian's shop did not only provide index catalogues. The real things were hidden away. This was too petty and showed that they lacked confidence. The things were placed on long circular tables. There was no glass cover separating them. However, the onlookers still could not casually pick them up. This was because there was a layer of protection. If they reached their hands out, they would feel a prickling sensation. It was because Li Shitian did not have any scruples that there were many rogue cultivators gathered here. Among them, there were many who were willing to fork out spirit stones to buy. Rogue cultivators could not be underestimated. With such a large number of people, it was not difficult to find some who had some wealth. Li Shitian's style also satisfied the rogue cultivators because they were respected. This was also a way of business. Lu Xiaoyi had already stayed here for 10 days. He wandered around the shops of the 10 or so sects. He did not want to stay here. He wanted to wait a few months until the market was over. He wanted to find a target, complete the transaction, and leave immediately. This was the right way to go. Otherwise, in a place like this, the longer you stayed, the more things you wanted to buy. If you did not spend all your wealth, you would not be able to leave. In the end, he chose this shop. It was not only because of the variety of goods here, but also because of the more considerate way of doing business here. Chapter 118. This was the 3rd time Lu Xiaoyi had come here, so he didn't waste any more time. He went directly to a stern-looking cultivator. He had been observing him for a long time. Unlike the other cultivators, this person rarely took the initiative to receive customers, as if he was dissatisfied with playing such a role. This meant that he didn't care about the cut he received from every successful transaction. This made Lu Xiaoyi feel more at ease. "Senior brother, I need a room." This was the reason Lu Xiaoyi had chosen this place to trade. The heaven of departed life was very good at business and had a good grasp of the customer's psychology. Transactions that cost more than 100 low-grade spirit stones would be placed in the side room to protect the privacy and safety of the buyer. Moreover, the room had a separate passage, so one could leave directly without going through the main hall. This prevented many greedy cultivators from spying on them. Safety was very important to him. Perhaps one day, he would be able to carry a sack of spirit stones in and pour it on the table with a splash. But now, he couldn't. The cultivator was only a few years older than Lu Xiaoyi. He was startled when he heard this, as if he didn't understand why this person didn't look for his cheerful companions, but instead came to him, a cold-faced cultivator who acted as if everyone owed him spirit stones. But his character determined that he wouldn't say much. He turned and walked to a room, followed by Lu Xiaoyi. In the room, the two sat across a table. Lu Xiaoyi didn't waste any time. I saw that your shop posted a list of red thread worms. If I provide a large amount, what price can you give me? What do you mean by a large amount? More than 1,000. The cold-faced cultivator was finally interested in talking. 1 for 2. 1 red thread worm can be exchanged for 2 low-grade spirit stones. If the transaction exceeds 1,000, we have gifts for you. Just as Lu Xiaoyi was used to red thread worms and thus developed spiritual resistance, sect cultivators who were used to using spirit stones or other spiritual items would also develop spiritual resistance. This was also the reason why the Heaven of Departed Life had posted this request. In fact, almost every shop had similar requirements. If you could satisfy them, you would get a discount. For example, red thread worms. When he traded with Liang Quangren in Xianlai town, it was around 10 for 16. This Heaven of Departed Life was indeed rich and overbearing. Around 1,000. Can you exchange them now? The cold-faced cultivator snorted. Even if you have 10,000, I can give you spirit stones right now. Both of them were straightforward people. They took out their spirit beast pouches and began to count. After counting, there were a total of 1,121 insects, which was less than he remembered. This was because some of the insects in the spirit beast pouches had been eaten by their own kind. Lu Xiaoyi kindly reminded, some were eaten. If you don't store them properly, I'm afraid there will be more losses. The cold-faced cultivator was disdainful. That's because your spirit beast bag is too low grade. It doesn't have the ability to suppress the worms. Alright, my first benefit is to give you a high-grade spirit beast bag in addition to the total of 2,242 spirit stones. Do you want low-grade spirit stones or mid-grade spirit stones? Lu Xiaoyi blushed with shame. Low-grade spirit stones. They'll be more convenient to use and feel better when you weigh them. The cold-faced cultivator finally smiled. Not only because this rogue cultivator was witty and straightforward, but also because he no longer needed to stay in the shop after this transaction was completed. He could go out and learn what he needed. Disciples like him had to complete a certain amount of transactions before they could move freely. His identity was a bit special, but he was not an exception. Because of his personality, he did not do things that flattered people. Thus, his results were mediocre. He wore his worries on his face, and as a result, fewer people came to him to trade. Do you need anything else? If you need it at the departing world heavenly exchange, the more transactions there are, the greater the discount. Moreover, I can probably help you with some ideas. This opportunity is rare. I think you understand. This was also Lu Xiaoyi's idea. I want your shop's third turn spirit gathering formation, as well as the knowledge related to spirit gathering formations, and a few special materials for setting up the formation. The cold-faced cultivator had now become a smiling cultivator. After all, who would want to be born with a pout? His mood was good, and his attitude was naturally sunny. All right. However, let me remind you that the third turn spirit gathering formation is the best spirit gathering formation that can be used in the Chi Eater stage. You're right on this point. However, I see that you're not very familiar with formations, and there are some basic knowledge that you don't know. Among the dozens of spirit gathering formations in my shop, there is one called the Gentle Wind Spirit Gathering Formation. It's most suitable to be used in a dry desert environment, and has double the effect with half the effort. The fact that you were able to catch so many red thread worms must have been done in a desert environment. If your place of cultivation is far away from the place where you caught the worms, then using the third turn spirit gathering formation is the right solution. If you still want to gather and cultivate in a desert environment, I advise you to use the Gentle Wind Spirit Gathering Formation. Not only is it cheaper, but the effect is also much better than the third turn Spirit Gathering Formation. You must know that when setting up a formation, the environment is the first consideration. Lu Xiaoyi was enlightened. After all, There were very few true disciples of a sect who were despicable and sinister. Such people were not in line with the nature of cultivation. If a grand sect taught such trash, it would not last long. This was the reason why he was determined to trade in a sect's shop. It was true that filial sons were born from poor families, but there were also many hoodlums and swindlers from poor families. I also need a few kinds of spells and talismans that can be used to consume chi. You know, individual cultivators always have a lot of troublesome matters. I always need a few kinds of self-defense. Can you recommend a few kinds? Lu Xiaoyi actually had his own choices, but his knowledge in spells was too limited, so he did not have much confidence in his choice. This time, he had finally become a big customer, and the other party was sincere. He was also from a sect, so in terms of foresight, he was much better than Lu Xiaoyi. In cultivation, under the premise of having the ability to explore independently, it was also very important to listen to the advice of experienced people. He had never rejected asking for advice, but it was a pity that there was no one to ask for advice before. The cultivator nodded. If Lu Xiaoyi could ask and did not put on airs, then this person could be saved. There were many individual cultivators who always wanted to open up a new path and walk a path that ordinary people had not walked before. Their thinking was good, but how could it be so easy? These things were summed up by the seniors in the cultivation world for tens of thousands of years. There were countless bloody experiences in them. How could they not be compared to the whimsical ideas of an individual cultivator? Such individual cultivators had no future, but this young man was not bad. He knew that he did not understand and was willing to ask without shame. This was a good start. What kinds of spells have you learned? Which do you feel is the most intimate with? Lu Xiaoyi was a little embarrassed. There are only 3 kinds. The fire spirit spell, the ice finger spell, and the iron drum. As for proficiency, the fire spirit spell is okay, but the ice finger spell is difficult. It always seems to be separated by a layer. As for the iron drum, you also know that it's just a roar. It's really awkward. I didn't practice it much. The cultivator shook his head helplessly. It was indeed difficult to be an individual cultivator. It was equivalent to crossing a river blindly. If he did not find a way to catch the red threadworm, he was afraid that this would be the case for the rest of his life. He had a background, so he was not very interested in catching the red threadworm. In the departed era heaven, obtaining spiritual opportunity from the spirit worm was just a small path, not worth the effort. Chapter 119. He was in a good mood today, so he said a few more words. In theory, to choose the most suitable spell for yourself, you need to first figure out your 5 elements. If you have the water element, then naturally choosing the water element spell will be twice the result with half the effort. I guess you don't know what 5 elements you have, right? Lu Xiaoyi was embarrassed. The 5 elements know me, but I don't know them. The cultivator's expression said, I knew it. All right, I suggest you buy a 5 elements compass. This is the simplest tool to determine the 5 elements of the body. It can easily determine which element you belong to. Of course, if you want to know accurately, you will need the help of an expert. I don't think you will have such an opportunity. Based on your self-description, at least you don't reject fire-type spells. What I mean is, you should focus on fire-type spells. Don't waste your time on other things. It's completely unnecessary in the Chi Eater stage. I think you know very well that there's nothing better than fighting with a knife in the Chi Eating stage. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. What the cultivator said was true. In fact, when he fought with 2 other cultivators, he did win by swinging his sword. Spells. At that time, he had already forgotten about them. Since you've chosen fire element, you should know your position well. Fire element spells are a joke in the Chi Eating stage. They can't even burn the hair on your feet. Therefore, you must choose fire element spells. That way, you'll still have some attack power. At least, your opponent won't take your fire seriously. Your fire spirit spell is also a fire element spell, but it's too weak. It can only hurt people, but it's not fatal. In the heaven of death, there are more than 10 types of fire element spells in the Chi Eating stage, but they're not very useful. They're just used to cheat spirit stones. It's fate that we met today. I can sell you a spell with a certain degree of lethality. It's not passed down by the sect, and I don't dare to teach it to you privately. This is my family's private collection. It's not worth keeping too much of a secret. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to teach it to you privately. Lu Xiaoyi was a little tempted. Obviously, this guy wanted to use this opportunity to do some private business. But it didn't matter. Who didn't have selfish motives? As long as he thought it was suitable, it was fine. Please speak. The cultivator lowered his voice. This fire technique of mine is called the phosphorescence technique. The fire isn't big, only the light of a candle, but its burning power far surpasses that of other flames. Most importantly, once this fire touches the body, it becomes more and more intense. Unless there's a special technique, it can't be extinguished. Take a look. Using one's fingers to form hand seals and accumulating energy, this was a common problem for chi-eating cultivators when casting spells. Even cultivators from sects were not exempt from this. That was because the amount of spiritual essence provided by the spiritual essence in their bodies was not strong enough. Directly casting spells was very time-consuming, and there was no such thing as instant spells. Therefore, after chi-eating cultivators learned spells, they did not directly cast spells to attack others. Just their casting speed was enough for others to slash them several times. Their goal was to be able to throw talismans after learning spells. In this world of cultivation, if you want to throw talismans, you have to learn this technique. Otherwise, you won't be able to activate it. Not long after, a flame the size of a thumb appeared in the cultivator's hand. He hurriedly flicked the flame to the ground, but he saw that the fire did not extinguish. It burned everything it touched, until it burned a small hole in the thick floor. The cultivator saw that the effect was almost there. He took out a handful of sand from somewhere and stuffed it into the small hole. Only then did he extinguish the flame. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyi was secretly speechless. If his body was touched by this thing, he was afraid that he would have to cut off his flesh to stop the damage. The smell in the room was a little unpleasant. The cultivator hurriedly opened the window and regretted it. I shouldn't have demonstrated it. I'm going to get scolded again. Lu Xiaoyi was very satisfied with the power of the phosphorescence. This is good. I want it. If I have more phosphorescence talismans, I don't think I'll lose in a fight. The cultivator rolled his eyes. More? I've only made 10 phosphorescence talismans in all these years. I can't give you more. You've seen the power of this thing. I won't beat around the bush. I can't give it to you cheaply. The price is the phosphorescence talisman jade slip and 5 talismans. 300 spirit stones. Lu Xiaoyi did not hesitate. There was a big difference between the appearance goods and the real goods. It could save lives and kill people. This thing could not be seen in the outside world. Good, that's it. The cultivator was very satisfied with his straightforwardness. He was not good at bargaining, and he hated people bargaining. The price he quoted was very fair. This phosphorescence talisman was a consummate technique. He had never heard of any sect having it. It was worth the money. He was also not worried that this person would take it and use it against him. The phosphorescence talisman's production method and materials were very special. It was not something that a rogue cultivator could produce. He said, "You have to hide this thing well. I'm telling you, you can't throw it around like you're using the spirit flame technique. The best way is to use the spirit flame technique to confuse people. Then, when you have the confidence, you can secretly use it." The transaction between the two of them was very pleasant because they didn't waste any time. Lu Xiaoyi also asked for a few other things, such as a large number of spirit fire talismans that had been used up. In the end, after settling the bill, they still had 1,500 spirit stones left. The cultivator counted out 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and added another 50 mid-grade spirit stones. "I'll teach you another lesson. When using mid-grade spirit stones as the eye of the spirit gathering array, the effect is the best. Cultivation is important, don't be stingy." After the two finished the transaction, the cultivator waved his hand and said, "Don't ask for my name. I didn't sell you the phosphorescence talisman. If it weren't for the fact that I urgently need spirit stones and that I find you pleasing to the eye, I really wouldn't have sold this thing. Lu Xiaoyi nodded his thanks and slipped out of the back door, blending into the vast crowd. He did not believe the last sentence. This guy must have sold it more than once. He guessed it from the fact that he always had the phosphorescence talisman jade slip on him. However, this had nothing to do with him. As long as the technique was useful, it was enough. Now, he could be considered a cultivator with a trump card. He would not fight with his life on the line and still have to wield that hateful sword to play close combat. He really did not want to see blood. He circled around the crowd a few times. There shouldn't be anyone following him, unless the person who had his eyes on him was a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. If that was the case, it was only natural. There was nothing he could do. Without any hesitation, he left the valley and headed in the direction of Pu City. He had been out for a long time and was somewhat homesick. The first time he entered the market square, he was targeted in Xianlai town. That was because the market square was too small and he could not keep a low profile. However, in Fenghuang Mountain, there were thousands of people in the big market square. His spending did not seem out of place. He felt that he was rich, but in other people's eyes, he was just a slightly wealthy loose cultivator. This was the meaning of the saying a great hermit lives in the imperial court. In his estimation, 1,500 spirit stones could last him for at least a few years. This was because he did not absorb the spiritual power of spirit stones. Instead, he relied on the operation of the spirit gathering formation to absorb the spiritual vigor of heaven and earth. There was a huge difference in this. Just by operating the formation, the consumption of spirit stones was very limited. The only problem was that he was afraid that in the future, it would be very difficult for him to have the opportunity to continue the joy of running and cultivating. This was his creation, but reality proved that his creation was not beneficial to the final Foundation Establishment stage. This was a result that could not be more realistic. Chapter 120. 2 months and 9 days. From the time he left Pu City until now, this time was not too long, but it was gradually increasing. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the low walls of Pu City and secretly warned himself that he could not make it longer each time. This would make the people who cared about him anxiously. When he entered the city, the soldiers at the city gate looked a little strange. The familiar merchants on the street were also the same. This gave him an ominous feeling in his heart. He rushed back to Lu Province. His appearance did not change, but the gatekeeper's expression could not be hidden from him. It was an expression that only appeared when something big had happened at home. What happened? Tell me the truth. The current young master of Lu family was not the young master of the past. There was an unquestionable power in his every move. The gatekeeper knelt on the ground and cried, "Young master, it happened a month ago. The new emperor ascended the throne, but he still bears a grudge for being punished by the old master to kneel in public. A month ago, he sent a messenger, saying that he wanted the madam to enter the capital to see the emperor and see the glory of the Golden Age. If she did not go, it would be like kneeling before the emperor under the scorching sun. 2 hours would be enough. The madam chose not to go and knelt in front of the court at noon. In less than an hour, she fainted. Madame Tsaihuan took her place and knelt for the last time, but who knew that after the time passed, the 2 old madams fell ill. The madam knelt for a shorter time, but her legs are now unable to walk and she is bedridden. Madame Tsaihuan only lasted for a few days before passing away. Lu Xiaoyi only felt a wave of anger in his heart that was about to burst out. He subconsciously wanted to turn the horse, but he did not expect that the gatekeeper would grab the reins tightly and shout at the top of his voice into the mansion, "The young master is back. Everyone, help me hold him back." A large number of servants quickly rushed out of the courtyard. They reined in their horses and hugged his legs. They were afraid that the young master would be angry and turn the horses back to the capital. Wasn't that courting death? How could Lu Xiaoyi be held back by these ordinary people? The reason why he did not move was that his strong self-control as a cultivator was telling him that now was not the time to go back. He was not alone. His mother was sick in bed. He didn't have the ability to complete his revenge behind his mother's back. He could run for his life, but could his mother do the same at her age? With a light struggle, he, who did not look very strong, had already broken free from the entanglement of many men. His tone had also returned to normal, as if he was just an ordinary servant. "Close the door. Don't let the people outside see you as a joke." Seeing him walk towards the inner residence, the servants also let go of their hands, knowing that he was going to see the mistress. With the mistress speaking up, the young master should listen, right? Speaking of which, why did young master have so much strength? Even a group of servants who were used to doing rough work couldn't control them at all. It seemed that the few years of practicing martial arts had made the young master's martial prowess extraordinary. As Lu Xiaoyi walked towards the inner residence, he tried his best to control his speed. What was done could not be undone, and there was no point in being anxious. He needed to calm down in the shortest amount of time possible. He was the only pillar of support left in the vast Lu province. If he panicked, this family would be gone. Therefore, in the eyes of the servants and maids along the way, the young master was still as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. Even when he saw the potted plants by the side of the path, he specially instructed the servants to add water to them. They were a little withered. Could it be that no one had told the young master about the news? But now, no one dared to speak up rashly. Outside the inner residence, Ping'an was anxiously pacing around. When he saw Lu Xiaoyi return, he hurriedly went up to welcome him. However, Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand at him. "I know. No need to panic. Calm down the people in the outer courtyard. If there are people who have bad intentions, you can just dismiss them. Your mission is to take care of the matters in the outer courtyard, including the farms. Don't let others see you as a joke and take advantage of you. I'm here with Mother." Ping'an finally had a pillar of support. He knew a little about the young master's miraculous abilities. Although he was usually afraid that he would cause trouble, now that trouble had come knocking, the one he relied on was still someone who liked to cause trouble. This was the wonder of the world. He walked all the way inside and slowly entered his mother's bedroom. A thick smell of medicine assailed his nostrils. Outside the screen, an old doctor with a white beard was instructing his disciples to decoct medicine. Lu Xiaoyi recognized him. He was not from Pu City, but was the most famous old doctor in the prefecture. He had come to treat his mother before. It seemed that Ping'an's reaction was not bad this time. He knew the severity of the situation. He bowed to the old doctor. He would not look down on the mortal world's doctors just because his methods might be better. He was indeed skilled in a certain aspect, but the old doctor was a professional. The old doctor returned the greeting. Neither of them spoke as they were afraid to disturb the person sleeping soundly inside. Lu Xiaoyi pointed behind the screen, indicating that he should go in and see his mother. The old doctor nodded and put a finger on his lips, indicating that he should not disturb the patient. After Lu Xiaoyi turned around the screen, there were only two servants who were the closest to his mother. They were both old people who had been with his mother for at least 10 years. Their complexions were thin, and it seemed that they had suffered a lot these days. The two servants gently moved away from the bed and allowed their young master to come closer. Lu Xiaoyi frowned. The smell of medicine here was getting stronger. He did not know what benefits such an environment would bring to the patient. Anyway, he knew that in his previous life, except for special infectious diseases, almost all the wards were clean, well ventilated, and had green plants and flowers. Only such an environment could give the patient a good mood. Mood was crucial to the recovery of any patient because it was the root of miracles. As he approached the bed, his mother seemed to have changed into a different person. Her eyes were sunken, her cheeks were sunken, and her complexion was ashen. Lu Xiaoyi knew that this was not only a physical blow, but also a psychological blow. If her legs were not able to walk, it would not drag her down like this. It was the psychological self-blame caused by Aunt Caihuan's death that made his mother feel guilty. Sitting on the small stool in front of the bed, he stretched out a hand and held his mother's bony hand. At this moment, because of her motherly nature, Lu Xiaoyi's hand suddenly tightened and tightly grasped Lu Xiaoyi's hand. The strength was so great that it was not something a 50 or 60-year-old woman should have. Immediately, she opened her eyes. Because of the sudden movement, she could not see clearly. She could only shout, "Little Yi is back. Is it Little Yi? Stay here with me. You are not allowed to go anywhere." Lu Xiaoyi said softly, "Mother, Little Yi is back. I will stay here. I will not go anywhere." Lu Yarosha still could not see clearly because of the gushing tears. However, she could hear the voice that she had yearned for day and night. As strong as she was still a woman. When disaster befell her, the only person she could rely on was her son. No matter how willful, how unruly, how disobedient he was. This was the reason why she raised her son. Chapter 121. The old lady was too emotional. Lu Xiaoyi knew that this was not the time to talk, whether it was about Aunt Cai's death or the changes in his second uncle's family. He just held his mother's hand, and an imperceptible spiritual power flowed along her meridians. Just like he had done thousands of times before, he slowly calmed his mother's emotions. Under his intentional actions, the old lady no longer had the strength to speak, and finally fell into a deep sleep. This time, she really fell asleep without any worries. Feeling that his mother's breathing had calmed down, Lu Xiaoyi gently retreated from the screen and nodded at the old doctor. The two of them went to the courtyard one after another. Sensing Lu Xiaoyi's doubts, the old doctor sighed. Kneeling under the scorching sun may seem like an excessive corporal punishment, but it is actually very harmful. When the sun shines, the blood and qi will surge, but they cannot move, so there is no place for the blood and qi to escape. When kneeling on the ground, the normal circulation of blood and qi will stop at the knees. Young people have a strong tolerance, and their bodies are flexible. They can always change their center of gravity slightly to avoid the numbness in their feet. However, the old people have slow reactions, and the two madams are stubborn and unwilling to move. They have not been able to walk for a long time, so I came too late for Madame Cai's death. When I saw her in the coffin, her face was bluish-black. It should be caused by the blood flowing backward into her brain. The old lady's injury is only on her feet. Because of the lack of blood flow for a long time, her meridians are not smooth, and her blood vessels are blocked. I have already used herbs, but the effect is not obvious. For this kind of illness, the best way is to find a martial arts master to massage her every day. Only then can there be a possibility of recovery. I am incompetent. I have been here for 20 days, and I can only prevent the blockage from worsening, but I can't completely remove it. I am ashamed. Lu Xiaoyi understood. Aunt Cai's death was caused by the blood and qi from kneeling under the scorching sun for a long time. It was similar to cerebral infarction and cerebral thrombosis in his previous life, because she had a basic illness. The reason his mother was able to survive was not because her body was stronger than Aunt Cai's, but because her body was weaker. Before the blood and qi surged, she had already fainted. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. The old physician excused himself. This old man's ability is limited, and I'm really not an expert in this field. I've already left behind a few prescriptions for blood circulation. You just need to find the prescription and get the medicine. Is there an experienced physician in PU City? If you don't, I have a name list here. They are all reputable doctors in the prefectures who are skilled in martial arts. I have also kept the name list for you. Actually, this kind of illness can also be treated by cultivators. I think they are more proficient in the area of meridians. But I have to remind you that you have to be careful when using cultivation pills. Spiritual pills for cultivation and poisonous herbs for mortals have to be specially controlled in terms of dosage. The old doctor left helplessly. Doctors were indeed powerless when it came to areas that they were not good at. At least, he dared to say that he was powerless. He had the heart of a doctor. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi wouldn't look for those doctors who knew how to massage. In this regard, he was the best expert. Not only did he have spiritual power, but he was also very familiar with his mother's physical condition. This was something that outsiders could never compare to. Taking advantage of the fact that his mother had yet to wake up, he presided over Lu Province's stewards' meeting for the first time. His purpose was to stabilize the morale of the army and calm the restlessness. Lu Province had not collapsed because it was originally an ordinary mansion supported by the reputation of the former Major Lu. Now that the new emperor had ascended the throne, he had merely shattered the protective layer that this reputation had brought to Lu Province. The impact might be far-reaching, and it would accelerate the decline of Lu Province. However, if Lu Xiaoyi himself did not care, then what could he do? Even if the new emperor had not appeared, after his mother passed away, he would have left this place to pursue his own path of cultivation. Without descendants, it would be a decline sooner or later. Therefore, there was no difference. Simplification was his core policy. From his point of view, Lu Province was still a little too big. There were over 100 servants and only 3 masters. Now that there were only 2 left, there was no need to maintain such a grand display. It would attract unwanted attention, and it would be difficult for him. He did not need to discuss this with his mother. He was now the head of the household. He believed that once his mother's condition improved, she would agree with his decision. Lu Province should not continue to cling to the major's arrogance. That was all in the past. The first Lu Province meeting led by the young master ended successfully. This was just the surface. The real change came later. The housekeeper of the inner courtyard, Old Tu, and the housekeeper of the outer courtyard, Ping En, were summoned to his study. Lu Xiaoyi revealed his true colors. There are 2 things that you can do as you please. Discuss it with each other. If there are any disputes, you can come to me. Don't trouble my mother. Her current situation is not suitable for her to worry about these things. First, within 3 years, I want the number of people in the household to be kept below 30. Apart from the people by my mother's side, everyone else will be eliminated. Especially me. Not a single person by my side will be left. Only the most loyal and most needed positions will be left. As for the others, they will be parted on good terms. Arrange a good path for them. Make sure the money is in place. Don't let people scold my Lu Province for being heartless. The 2 housekeepers were incomparably shocked. They did not know what was going on. Second, within 3 years, the manor outside the city will be adopted by the 2 of you. It will no longer belong to Lu Province. You will manage it yourselves. However, the precondition is that the annual tribute will not change. The manor will need to increase manpower, and as much as possible, transfer from the household. As for the servants in the household, apart from those by my mother's side, try to find good families for them. Their dowries must be generous. Don't let them suffer losses. Lu Xiaoyi's action, which was similar to making arrangements for his funeral, really shocked the 2 housekeepers. Ping En couldn't help it. Ping En could not help but tremble. Young master, you came back from Zhaoye. Could it be that the emperor will not let our Lu Province off so easily? Is he trying to kill us all? Lu Xiaoyi did not want to explain. If he told them the truth, they might not understand. If he could make them feel the pressure from Zhaoye, it would be more advantageous for them to carry out his arrangements. Not for the time being, but we still have to be prepared. Rather than being caught off guard and confiscated, it would be better for us to distribute the family business. If we let the emperor take advantage of us, it would be better for you to take advantage of it. Not only the manor outside the city, but also the shops in the city. In the future, they will all be given to my mother's people. This is the trend. You have to keep it in your heart and not ignore it. In the future, these things will all be yours. You have to treat them like your own family business. That's why I'll give you 3 years. Chapter 122. Under the reluctance of the 2 housekeepers, Lu Xiaoyi firmly pushed forward his reform, because he knew that the truth would be revealed in about 10 years, not because of the new emperor, but because of his reunion with his mother. With so many properties, if they were to divide them up at the last minute, they would suffer countless losses. It would be chaotic and disorderly. His mother was very good to the servants and was never willing to dismiss them easily. He had the obligation to maintain his mother's wishes and give them a way out that was not too bad. It was also so that he could leave without any burden. Cutting ties with the past was not as simple as walking away. He was not a playboy who could kill people on a snowy night by burning down a thatched cottage. He needed to plan. Fortunately, there was still time for the two servants to think things through. Also, if there are people who deliberately cause trouble during this process, try to trip you up, or do something bad, don't be weak and endure. I'll find some people for you. Just treat yourselves as local bullies and gangsters and come to me if anything happens. After settling the external affairs, Lu Xiaoyi returned to his mother's bedroom. Now, he needed to rely on the skills he had painstakingly practiced for 4 years to help his only remaining relative in this world. For him, who was not an alchemist or physician, this was not easy. But he had no one to ask for help. Before dinner, his mother woke up. Seeing her son beside her, she was relieved. In this world, there was no such thing as the death of the emperor, and the death of the emperor. But things were changing in this direction. She did not want revenge, but she was worried about her son. Cultivators always did things that mortals could not imagine. She did not want to put Lu Xiaoyi in danger because of them. In Night Emperor City, there were not only mortal armies, but also mysterious forces. During dinner, his mother's appetite improved. Under Lu Xiaoyi's arrangement, the screen in the bedroom was removed, and the windows and doors were opened. The room was brightly lit, and the air was fresh. After chatting with his mother for a while, he began to deal with the numbness in his mother's calf. His mother knew that he was cultivating, so she was not worried. In her heart, her son was the best, and there was nothing he could not solve. Lu Xiaoyi's method was very simple, and there wasn't anything special about it. It was just to inject a tiny bit of spiritual vigor into the calf and circulate it along the meridians. This was to find the blockage and then use it to break through and clear it. It sounded simple, and it wasn't hard to judge, but it was a real challenge. Because they had been delayed for a month, many parts of the meridians were completely blocked. There was no way to open them up. There were only 2 ways to open them up. One was to use force, and the other was to use medicine to remove the blockage. A violent impact was not advisable. Even a normal young person's meridians would not be able to withstand the impact of his spiritual power. He was only a qi-eating cultivator, not a zhuji cultivator. His control over the movement of his spiritual power was limited and not subtle enough. Because his spiritual power was in a gaseous state, its impact was far less powerful than that of a liquid state. He could only increase the amount. After increasing the amount, once it broke through, the remaining power would cause irreversible damage to the old man's meridians. In other words, the blockage had been opened, but the meridians had been broken. It was meaningless. He could only find medicine to remove the blockage. But what kind of medicine could have such miraculous power? Medicinal herbs from the mortal world obviously would not work, and he did not have much contact with medicinal pills from the cultivation world. He began to regret not buying more medicinal pills from Fenghuang Mountain. No one had foresight. As Lu Xiaoyi probed, he nervously weighed the pros and cons. Should he make another trip to Fenghuang Mountain and buy some medicinal pills that could help? But there was a very real problem. This kind of blockage would get worse with each passing day. Right now, with his incessant spiritual power cleansing, it could barely prevent the blockage from worsening. If he were to go back and forth for more than half a month, he was afraid that even if he begged for an immortal pill, it would not be too late. 2 days later, Lu Xiaoyi made an important decision. After dinner, Lu Xiaoyi found a tall wooden bucket to soak his feet in. It was so high that it reached his knees. Lu Yarosha looked at him, her face full of distress. "Little Yi, is it very troublesome? Actually, if I can't walk, then so be it. At my age, there are plenty of people who can't walk. I'll just make a moving chair. With them pushing me, where can't I go?" Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "It's not troublesome at all. Your son has plenty of ways. If this method doesn't work, I'll change to something else. If it really doesn't work, I'll go out and ask for help. In the cultivation world, this kind of problem is not a problem." He said it casually, but only he knew in his heart that this was really the last method he could think of. If this still did not work, He really did not know what to do. Perhaps the only way was to go to Feng Huang Mountain behind his mother's back and pay a high price to see if he could get a foundation establishment cultivator to help. This seemed to be the only feasible method. Lukewarm water was poured into the bucket. His mother took off her shoes and soaked in the water until it reached her knees. Lu Xiaoyi took out a jade bottle from his bosom and poured out a spinning bead from it. The bead was filled with brilliance and was surrounded by a dense mist. With one look, one could tell that it was an extraordinary item. There was also a strange fragrance that made one intoxicated. Lu Yarosha wanted to pull her feet out of the bucket. In her subconscious mind, such a precious item should not be used to soak one's feet. That would be blasphemous. However, Lu Xiaoyi pressed down with one hand, making her feet unable to move an inch. Little Yi, what is this? Don't blaspheme a sacred item. There will be divine punishment. You will be blamed for not respecting the heavens. Mother won't soak it, won't soak it. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. This is called a great treasure pill. To put it bluntly, it's the same as the great strength pills in Pu City. It's just that cultivators make it so that it overflows with brilliance. It's just to trick people and sell it at a high price. This kind of pill, your son can casually buy dozens of it. How can it be a sacred item? What divine punishment? I think you've read too many novels, haven't you? Lu Yarosha was skeptical. However, how could she know anything about cultivation? She could only believe whatever her son said and treat it as an ordinary great strength pill. Of course, this was not the great strength pill. In fact, Lu Xiaoyi only had this one pill. Furthermore, with his current net worth, even if he added up 1,500 spirit stones and other miscellaneous items together, he would not be able to buy half of this pill. In the cultivation world, this item had a famous name, Foundation Establishment Pill. The function of the Foundation Establishment Pill was, of course, the most important catalyst to help a cultivator transform qi into rain in their dantian. It was exceptionally precious. It was the pinnacle of melting and the saint of dissolving. These were all things that Lu Xiaoyi learned from the notes of the cultivator who was killed in Yarrow Manor. The reason why the Foundation Establishment Pill was precious was because of one of its main ingredients, the spring and autumn fruit. In theory, it could also be used on mortals. However, the dosage needed to be carefully controlled so that the medicinal strength would not be too strong and cause discomfort to the recipient. The Foundation Establishment Pill was very precious. It was so precious that even at the Myriad Cultivator Fair on Feng Huang Mountain, no sect or individual sold it. This was something that could almost determine a cultivator's future. It meant that the cultivator would have an extra 100 years of life, could fly freely in the sky, and could use magic at will. This was the threshold of the true Tao Foundation. How could it be described with the value of spirit stones? 5,000 low-grade spirit stones was the official price. In fact, there was a price but no market. Even if you took out 10,000 spirit stones, there was no place to buy it. This was because these things were rare and had long been pre-ordered by cultivators from sects with backgrounds. They would not enter the circle of rogue cultivators. Liang Quangren's pill was snatched from someone he killed. However, in Lu Xiaoyi's heart, his mother was more important. He did not need to worry about choosing. Chapter 123. Pretending that it didn't matter, he threw the foundation building Dan into the basin by his feet. This was also a key to bring out the medicinal efficacy. A holy medicine for cultivation like the foundation building Dan was not like the 6-flavor Rihania pill, which could be broken into pieces and soaked in water to bring out its medicinal efficacy. It was a whole, so it had to exist as a whole in order to bring out its medicinal efficacy. What Lu Xiaoyi needed to control was nothing more than when the concentration of the foundation building Dan was enough and the timing to fish it out. The building foundation pill was worthy of being a panacea. It didn't melt in the water, and there was no feeling of losing its efficacy. It was like a real bead, exuding a dense aura in the water. Lu Xiaoyi paid attention to the changes in the concentration of the medicine in the water, while continuing to use his spiritual power to ease the meridians on his mother's feet. "Mother, if you feel anything, you must tell me. Is it a tingling pain, an itch, or something else?" After 30 breaths, Lu Xiaoyi decisively took out the foundation-building pill. There wasn't even a trace of stickiness on the surface. He had no experience in soaking feet with the foundation-building pill, and he estimated that no cultivator in this world had such experience. Therefore, he could only feel the stone to cross the river. He couldn't wait for his mother to feel something before taking action, otherwise it would be too late. A foundation-building pill could let a cultivator be reborn, so its efficacy couldn't be underestimated. He soaked his hand in the water and secretly used his spiritual power to keep the water warm. He continued to use his spiritual power to gently stimulate his mother's meridians while observing her reaction. After an hour, he found that his mother didn't feel anything at all, so he soaked the foundation-building pill in the water again. After doing this 3 times and 4 hours later, his mother began to feel drowsy. Only then did he realize that the effect of the foundation-building pill couldn't be exerted without the stimulation of spiritual power. Therefore, he used his spiritual power to stimulate the foundation-building pill in the water. This time, the efficacy of the pill began to show significantly. His mother frowned drowsily and made a sound of surprise. Only then did Lu Xiaoyi quickly take out the foundation-building pill and ask, "Mother, how do you feel?" The old lady carefully thought about it. Xiaoyi, I feel a slight tingling sensation. Your vigorous pill is really useful. I can feel it even when soaking my feet." Lu Xiaoyi heaved a long sigh. It was good to feel something. After 3 days of trying, Lu Xiaoyi finally figured out the rules of how to use the foundation-building pill when soaking his mother's feet. Only then did he truly get on the right track with his mother's meridians. Lu Xiaoyi had completely given up on cultivating in the Gobi Desert. He only cultivated once in the morning to recover his spiritual power. For the rest of the time, out of the 24 hours a day, he would spend 12 hours soaking his feet in the water. 10 days later, there was a reaction when he tapped the tibia. 20 days later, the blocked meridians finally melted and opened up a small gap. Since then, spiritual power could pass through the gap. Whether or not he used a foundation establishment pill was only a matter of time. Lu Xiaoyi let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he managed to melt the blockage before the foundation-building pill completely lost its effect. Otherwise, with his wealth, where would he find another foundation-building pill? He carefully placed the foundation-building pill into a jade bottle. This pill had done a great service, so it should still have some medicinal effect. Perhaps he could use it when he reached foundation establishment. Although he had used it to soak his mother's feet, how could his mother's feet be soaked in water? Lu Xiaoyi continued to work hard. Day and night, he did not stop. 2 months later, his mother's feet were completely healed. Although she still needed someone to help her walk, that was because her muscles had atrophied from not walking for too long. As long as she resumed exercising, walking by herself would be a matter of time. In the small garden, a servant girl supported Lu Xiaoyi. She slowly walked in front of Lu Xiaoyi, who was standing to the side. She reached out a hand and slid it across his still young face. She smiled with tears in her eyes. "Xiaoyi, from today onwards, you don't have to spend all your time in the inner residence. If you have time, just come and see me after breakfast. The rest of the time, you should be busy with your own things." Lu Xiaoyi finally had time to go to Aunt Cai's grave to pay his respects. This cemetery was actually located in a farm outside Lu province. It had its back to the mountains and the water, and the scenery was beautiful. It was a location that the 2 old madams had long since set their sights on. He offered a sacrifice in front of the tombstone, cleaned it up, and pulled out the weeds. Lu Xiaoyi did not appear to be too sad. Aunt Cai had passed away at this age. In this world, she could be considered middle-aged. Lu Xiaoyi sat beside the grave, one hand wrapped around the tombstone. Just like when she was still alive, he only murmured softly, "Everyone will die one day. It's just a matter of time. Aunt Cai, you can go ahead and wait for Mother and I to come and accompany you." He wanted to carry his mother on his back to cultivate, But he also knew that this was ultimately a beautiful wish. Since ancient times, it had never been realized. Cultivation was originally going against the heavens and changing one's fate. He still wanted to carry his mother and children and have a big family. What he hoped to do was to not abandon this family in his mother's year of destiny. The days began to return to their usual rhythm. He, who had completely calmed down, set a strict cultivation schedule for himself. It was as if he had grown up overnight. He no longer had the indifferent attitude of cultivation from before. He placed his main cultivation base in the Gobi Desert. Every 3 days, he would return to the manor to see his mother. In the early morning, before the sun rose, he would cultivate in the gentle wind spirit gathering array. The array was fully activated, and he did not care about the consumption of spirit stones. He only cared about the speed of extracting the spirit essence of the world. In fact, during the Chi Eater stage, as long as one's cultivation method was suitable, the environment was suitable, and one was willing to invest, reaching the final step before the foundation establishment stage was not a difficult matter. There had once been a genius disciple of a sect who reached the foundation establishment stage in 3 years. This was not something new. The difficulty of the foundation establishment stage was to take that final step. Without a foundation establishment pill, one would truly need time to grind. After grinding for dozens of years, one would sigh and sigh that the road was uneven, but one's fate was in the hands of the heavens. This was the true portrayal of a rogue cultivator. The concentration of spirit essence was different in different areas. There was no fixed rule, but generally speaking, the desolate areas outside the city were always better than the bustling areas inside the city. Because of the rejection of the mortal world, it was always weaker in places where a large number of mortals gathered. This was also the reason why Lu Xiaoyi had to choose the Gobi Desert. This place was desolate enough. There were no traces of humans. As long as one avoided a few limited trade routes and was further away from the areas where the red threadworms appeared, one would basically not be able to detect the presence of humans. If one added the enhancement of the gentle wind spirit gathering array, he felt that the concentration of spirit essence he absorbed could barely reach 3 times that of when he cultivated in Lu province. This was already very impressive. At the end of the 5-hour period, it was time for him to start his own set of messy things. He brandished his sword 10,000 times, the 10 feet movement technique, the phosphorescence technique, and the art of object manipulation were all practiced according to his habits. For example, he would fly while controlling the flying dagger, or releasing the phosphorescence technique, or simply brandishing his sword like a madman. In the past, this might have just been a hobby. He liked to complete everything under speed, and was not willing to just be a stump. But now he knew that he might have to use all of this. If he did not work hard, his little life would be in danger. Noon was the hottest time of the day. The sun was scorching, and it was not suitable for absorption. But it was very suitable for refining. At this time, he would reverse the Jade Purity Zhongping Imperial Edict. In the positive and negative circulation of the martial arts, he would force out the impurities in the spirit essence, leaving only the purest part. The afternoon was a copy of the morning. While running, he would do his best to squeeze out his potential in order to release all of the spirit energy in his body. Then, during the 5-hour period, he would absorb the spirit essence in the gentle wind spirit gathering array. Like a sponge, he would squeeze it dry, throw it into the lake, fill it with water, and squeeze it dry again. He would repeatedly seek to improve the quality and quantity of the spirit essence. After the 5-hour period, he would cultivate the awareness of his eyes and ears in the silence of the tortoise breath. Internally, he would cultivate the art of eyes, and strengthen his ears to listen. Then, he would endlessly control objects and throw flying daggers. Chapter 124. His method was completely based on his own characteristics and preferences. In theory, it didn't have much advantage. In the eyes of the seniors in the sect, it would be considered as a reckless use of brute force. However, this method also had its own uniqueness, which was that it had a very strong lethality during movement. If it was combined with his unconstrained inspiration, it would also be very dangerous. However, his cultivation speed was also very ordinary. He didn't have the void-pierce stage calmness of an orthodox daoist. He was cultivating the jade purity Zhongping's imperial decree in a slightly crooked manner. However, it wasn't a defy but a small change under the overall framework. There would be 10 results if 10 people cultivated the same cultivation method because the entire process was uncontrollable. There were many factors such as resources, growing environment, state of mind, personality, and so on. Lu Xiaoyi's direction was the defy of magic cultivation. He was leaning towards speed and strength. This already had the feeling of a body cultivator. However, this wasn't something he could choose. In order to protect himself, most rogue cultivators would lean towards physical strength because they didn't have enough magical techniques to rely on. They also didn't have enough resources to replenish talismans. This was why most rogue cultivators leaned towards physical strength because this would allow them to survive. The upper echelons of Pu City had witnessed what had happened to the Lu residents. After waiting for a while, someone finally began to probe the situation. No matter what, this was still a piece of fat meat. There was a manor outside the city and a shop inside the city. Without the protection of Major Lu's reputation and the guidance of the new emperor, the Lu residence had lost its right to speak in the various levels of the government. There would also be no officials who would be biased because this was the Lu residence's matter. Thus, some secret business disputes began to appear. This was the prelude to being devoured. If there was a start and the government was biased, the failure of the first lawsuit would be the trigger. Then, a group of sharks would come and bite the meat of Lu province clean. This was the first time Ping An was dealing with such a thorny crisis. He didn't know what to do. He wasn't a ruthless person in the Jianghu, so he was very nervous. He didn't know what to do. If he really did as the young master said, would it bring disaster to Lu province? You said that the Jin clan is the instigator. Lu Xiaoyi had just retreated from his mother's room when he was stopped by Ping An, who was burning with anger, as soon as he left the inner residence. That's right. Young master is wise. The Jin family owns the most pawnshops in Pu City. They have a total of 7 pawnshops. This pawnshop in the northern part of the city is located in a better location. But, in terms of strength and business, it is far inferior to the scale of the Jin family's pawnshop chain. It is already very difficult for them to break even. So, there is no possibility of them being a threat. The reason they gave was just the rules of the pawnshop. Everyone was doing it and had a tacit understanding. This time, when they reported us to the authorities, they deliberately sent someone to set up a trap. Our people at the counter were careless and got caught in the act. I've already hired a lawyer to prepare for this case, but the lawyer said that this case will be very difficult to win. The Jin family has already colluded with the Yamen, and our Lu province's name is no longer as useful as before. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. This was the kind of trouble he was afraid of. He couldn't be anxious or angry. It was all driven by profit. You couldn't really kill him, right? A lawsuit. How was that ahead? It was a bottomless pit. Even if you tried your best and won, after a few days, there would be people eyeing your grocery store, thick satin stall, bookstore, endless trouble, and you still want to go to court with them one by one. He had to nip this evil trend in the bud so that they wouldn't dare to make a move on Lu province easily. That was the right solution. Although he ordered Ping An and the others to reduce the number of people in the residence, he didn't reduce the number of guards in the residence. Instead, he increased the number of guards in the residence. He found 10 soldiers who had practiced killing with him in the past. His purpose was to use them here. After thinking about it, he decided that it wasn't good to make a big fuss this time. After all, these 10 people were still ordinary people. Their hands and feet were tied in certain situations. They could only be used to guard Lu province. He still had to deal with the matters outside. Draw the locations of the Jin family's 7 pawnshops and give them to me. Don't worry about the rest. Guard the residence well, especially at night. Send more people. That night, 7 consecutive incidents of smashing occurred in Pu City. The 7 pawnshops were all owned by the Jin family. They were smashed from the inside to the outside, from top to bottom. Not even a chair was left intact. All the pawnshop items, precious porcelain and jade wares were smashed into pieces. The calligraphy and paintings were torn into two halves. Not a single one was taken away. It was just a smashing. Of course, there were thugs in the pawnshop business. All of them were ruthless and merciless. However, none of these people could see the true face of the villains. Their hands and feet were dismembered and beaten up. Many porcelain and jade objects were smashed directly on their heads. The villains were simply crazy to the extreme. They were knocked out and done with it. The next day, when the sun had just risen, the bailiffs of Pu City were all dispatched. However, no matter how they investigated, they couldn't find anything. They only knew that there was only one person who did it. They smashed from the first half of the night to the second half of the night. The commotion was not small. However, no one could identify the appearance, voice, or trace of the crazy person. The head of the Jin family was so angry that his whole body trembled. He knew the root of all this. The only thing he didn't expect was that the dignified scholar Lu Sima's residence would act like a bandit. In the pawnshop business, they relied on liquid funds. The dead pawns were still fine, but the living pawns had to be redeemed within a time limit. Otherwise, they would have to pay back double. With so many bad debts, even if he sold himself, how could he afford to pay them back? He had to sue. He had to sue. Even if he had to go bankrupt, he had to push the blame to Lu province. Otherwise, his life's work would go down the drain, and there would be no possibility of recovery. In a tea house, Lu Xiaoyi was drinking tea with Hu Yong. Hu Yong smiled bitterly. "Young master, this is not the method of a cultivator of my generation." Lu Xiaoyi was disdainful. "I've worked so hard to cultivate. Could it be that I've cultivated so hard just to let people walk all over me and shit all over me? Brother Hu, you know very well that I didn't choose to simply kill because of my status as a cultivator. I went overboard this time for the sake of peace in Pu City in the future. There won't be so many people who don't know when to stop treating Lu province as their cash cow. Once and for all, it's better than always bothering brother Hu." Hu Yong sighed. This young master of Lu province was becoming more and more unfathomable. The last time he saw him, he was still at the mid-stage of qi eating. Now, his aura was so strong that it was already at the late stage. Hu Yong even suspected that monk Qing Mu was killed by this young master and that there wasn't another expert in the residence. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why Lu province's second madam had knelt to death. However, he owed this young master a huge favor. Furthermore, the Jin family was merely a wealthy family. They weren't considered to be reputable in Pu City, and they didn't have any direct relations with the government. This made things a lot easier. Cultivators didn't like to owe others favors, so Hu Yong wanted to use this opportunity to settle the karma between them. "If that's the case, leave the rest to me. Young master, don't interfere and make things difficult for me." Chapter 125. Everyone in Pu City paid close attention to the Jin family's case because it could herald the start of a grand banquet. Many wealthy families who were quick on their feet had set their sights on the other businesses in Lu province and made preparations in advance. Once the Jin family won, everyone would swarm in. This was the cruelty of the mortal world. It took many years to establish a family, but only one reason was needed to topple a family. Not many people were merciful. This was the law of survival in the upper class. Who asked you, Major Lu, to be so bold as to make Prince Lai Ri kneel before you? Who asked you, young Master Lu, to be disdainful of fame and idleness all day long? Who asked you, the Lu family, to have integrity and not be willing to lower your head in the capital? You didn't have the ability, but you insisted on showing off your family's prestige. This was the consequence. 7 pawnshops were smashed and lost a lot of money. Such a vicious case had not happened in Pu City for a long time. Although it was fortunate that no lives were lost, Lord Qin still decided to personally try the case to show that he valued it. After the Yaman's all-out pursuit, the cooperation of many departments, the officials' round-the-clock interrogation, and Lord Qin's careful deduction, they finally came to a conclusion during the trial. The truth was as follows: during their pawnshop career, Master Jin and his son had colluded with the bandit Redbeard for a long time. They wantonly threatened, robbed, and plundered the wealth of the common people. As long as the family heirloom was exposed in the pawnshops, it was inevitable that the Jin family would get their hands on it sooner or later. After a long period of cooperation, hostility grew between the two sides. In the end, due to the unequal distribution of the loot, Redbeard became angry and smashed things to vent his anger. He smashed the 7 pawnshops of the Jin family in one night. He was extremely arrogant. After the unremitting efforts of hundreds of Yamen runners in Pu City, Redbeard was arrested a few days ago. However, because he resisted the Yamen, he was seriously injured and died a few days ago. There was a coroner's report as evidence. As gentry, Master Jin and his son didn't think of serving the country and sympathizing with the common people. They were evil on the inside and had committed numerous crimes. In their decades of work, many innocent people had lost their family fortune and their families were broken up. They should be severely punished, otherwise it wouldn't be enough to show the prestige of the new dynasty. With the order, Master Jin and his son were immediately locked up in prison and would be executed after the report was sent to the Yamen. His wife and concubines' family members were dismissed and returned. Their family property and shops were all sold to compensate for the loss of those items that were smashed. This was the final judgment, and no appeal was allowed. This verdict truly shocked countless people in Pu City. The Jin family, the first to eat the crab, was killed by the crab instead. This made everyone who wanted to make a move subconsciously retract their hands. They were afraid that if they were too slow, they would be caught by the crabs again. Someone with a discerning eye, who was actually Zhuge Liang with hindsight, shook his head and analyzed. The truth could only be 2 points. First of all, the new emperor's revenge was only to vent his anger from when he was young. He did not really want to destroy the Lu family. Otherwise, why would the second madam of Lu province die, while the main wife, Lu Yarosha, was completely fine and alive? That so-called second madam was just a concubine servant girl. Since the imperial court let her go, it meant that they didn't care about this kind of substitution. Second of all, Lu Yarosha's maternal family did not fall during the incident at Zhaoye a few months ago. In any case, it was still a general's household. With this kind of background, how could they be bullied by a normal merchant? They were all discerning people. No one thought that Lu province was innocent in this incident, but the strange thing was that no one thought that the Jin family had been wronged. In this world, no one was clean. As long as they ate grains, there would definitely be feces under their buttocks. If they investigated, they would definitely be guilty. If they didn't investigate, then everyone would live happily together. From a legal point of view, this verdict was not abrupt at all. There was no such person as Redbeard. Of course there was. The Jin family and Redbeard did not collude. Of course they were colluding. It was just that the degree of collusion had not reached the point where the entire family would be sent to prison. Normally, everyone would be happy, and Redbeard would even be able to have a drink with the bailiff. But once the reverse scale of the government was touched, this drink was nothing. The Jin family did not make a big mistake. The only mistake they made was that they chose the wrong target. It was that simple. The upper-class society was not always peaceful. Once there was a disturbance, the loser would usually end up in a miserable state. However, it was so miserable that they might even lose their lives. This was very rare in Pu City. This also meant that Lu province still had an invisible power that made people respect them. A few days later, because the prisoners in the prison fought over food, the Jin father and son, who were newcomers, became the target of a group of people and were beaten to death. At this point, all of the upper-class families in Pu City regarded Lu province as a tiger. They did not dare to have the slightest bit of suspicion. Even the streets where Lu province was located were strictly forbidden for their children to wander around, afraid that they would cause trouble. Lu Xiaoyi listened to Ping An's exultant narration and sighed in his heart. This Huyong looked kind and reasonable, and had the demeanor of a gentleman. However, he was someone from the mysterious government office. When he really made a move, He was really ruthless and ruthless. He wanted to eliminate the source of trouble. He could understand Hu Yong's actions. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it cleanly. If he left a tail, the Jin family would complain to the emperor. If they met someone who did not get along with Lord Qin, it would immediately cause a lot of trouble. Therefore, Hu Yong did this out of responsibility to his boss. A few years ago, Lord Qin wanted to make a contribution to Lu province. However, the situation was very different now. Firstly, his backer in Zhaoye city had fallen. Secondly, the new emperor had already vented his anger on Lu province. If he continued to add insult to injury, it would be like drawing legs on a snake. He might even cause trouble for himself. Therefore, this time, he let Hu Yong do it. He could make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. The power of the government was undoubtedly displayed here. Many people learned their lesson from this change. Lu Xiaoyi also understood that Hu Yong did it so cleanly this time to tell him that the matter of killing Qing Mu and gifting him the loot was over. If he encountered any trouble in the future, he would talk about it again. It was a very heartless way of doing things, but it was the most common way of doing things among cultivators. He appreciated this very much. As for the Jin family, he did not have much sympathy for them, let alone pity them. If Lu province was in trouble, who would pity them? The Jin family had made their own choice, so they could not blame anyone. At this point, the situation of Lu province in Pu city had entered a rhythm that Lu Xiaoyi wanted to see the most. They were alone in the city. No one dared to offend them, but no one would get close to them. This was a good thing for him, who was focused on cultivation. For his mother, who was recuperating quietly and stood aloof from worldly affairs, it would also save her a lot of unnecessary social interactions. It was perfect. Chapter 126. He was completely immersed in his own world of cultivation, polishing his claws and teeth alone. Since the cultivation of spells in the Qi-eating stage was not the main direction of fighting, then he would do his best to make up for it in other aspects. It was ridiculous that a person who wholeheartedly wanted to become a Dharma cultivator was waving his sword every day, controlling the flying daggers to attack randomly. But this was the reality. At least he could comfort himself with this. What he was practicing now, even if he reached the foundation establishment stage one day, it would still be useful, right? A real cultivator should be proficient in both long-range and long-range attacks. Since long-range attacks could only be learned after the foundation establishment stage, it was also a very wise move to practice close combat first. In the past 5 years, when he waved his sword, he experienced the sword aura, and sword chi. Now, he was slowly converging and returning to normal. This was a different performance stage when the spiritual power was fully compressed and entered the long sword. It meant that his attainment in the sword was improving at a terrifying speed. But he could not feel this. He had no fellow disciples, no friends, and no one could cultivate together. Under the situation of comparing with each other, he did not know how terrifying his growth was. It was completely beyond the scope of normal cultivators' understanding. If he was in a sect and had countless fellow disciples as a foil, he would know that a cultivator who had been waving his sword for several years would be ecstatic after seeing his sword aura. A cultivator who had been waving his sword for dozens of years would be drunk because he could produce sword aura. But he, after waving his sword for less than 5 or 6 years, even his sword aura was gradually converging. This talent could no longer be simply described as terrifying. There must be a deeper reason, but in Lu Xiaoyi's opinion, this was very normal, right? Is everyone like this? Am I too slow in my cultivation? Can I be faster? Even if we don't want to be the best, we can't be at the bottom, right? In the few times he had seen other cultivators fight, it seemed that the aura on their weapons was converging. He had just caught up with them. He still needed to work hard. This was a misunderstanding. When others were waving their weapons, they did not see aura. This could be because they had reached the perfection stage, but more likely, the aura had not been produced yet. The same progress was reflected in his object control technique. Even without the guidance of his divine sense, he could make the 9 flying daggers fly around his body with only his spiritual power. Moreover, this was under the condition of the full speed of the 10-feet movement technique. The distance, penetrating power, and speed were completely different from when he first started practicing. He could completely nail a throwing knife into a rock within 100 feet, and he could even use the 9 throwing knives to play tricks. This was a huge improvement. He finally had some semblance of being a cultivator. He wouldn't have to pick up his throwing knives all over the ground after fighting for so long. Compared to his progress in swordsmanship, his achievements in spells were lackluster. Spirit Fire spell and Phosphorescence spell, the 2 main spells that he had been practicing, were not effective at all. The casting time did not decrease by much, and the power of the spells did not increase by much. If he was in a sect, his master would not hesitate to send him to practice body cultivation or something else. However, he was cultivating alone, and he felt that his talent in spells was quite good. Cultivators who consume chi are not suitable to practice spells, are they? Since it was a common trait, wouldn't it be normal for him to learn it slower? Some people are suitable for a fast start, and some people are good at later stages. He, Lu Xiaoyi, might belong to the kind of people who are good at later stages. Ants are not creatures of the mud, and they turn into insects when they encounter wind and rain. When he reaches foundation establishment, who can say who is strong and who is weak? When the time comes, with his still passable close combat skills and powerful long-range spells, he can be free and unfettered for the rest of his life, right? This was Lu Xiaoyi's evaluation of his own abilities, and his future plans. What he didn't know was that it was all a mess. In the market square of Phoenix Mountain, the cultivator from Life Leaving Heaven had suggested that he buy a 5 elements compass to roughly determine the attributes of his 5 elements. After he came back, he was delayed for a few months because of the great changes in his family. Only when everything was normal did he test himself. The answer was a little unexpected. His 5 elements were actually the rarer metal element. Rare is rare, rare is precious, and precious means that he has a bright future. In any case, this was how he understood the 5 element. What else could he do? He couldn't dislike his own body. The metal element was a little awkward in the chi-eating stage, because among the 5 elements, the easiest ones for chi-eating cultivators to use were fire, water, wood, earth, and metal. The activation of the metal element required the cultivator's spiritual power to be very strong. Of course, it was also the most destructive. It was not that Lu Xiaoyi did not have gold elemental spells. In the past 5 years, he would go to the depths of the Gobi Desert to catch red thread worms every year. Then, he would go to Phoenix Mountain to exchange them for spirit stones. Because he knew that his natal attribute was gold elemental, he also bought 2 gold elemental spells for the Chi Eater stage in high spirits. Prickles, Molten Metal Magic Shield. Unfortunately, metal element spells required the cultivator's spiritual power to be very strong. He had never successfully used the Molten Metal Magic Shield. No matter how long he held it, even if his dantian was empty, it was useless. He was able to use prickles, but the effect made him speechless. Due to the strength of his spiritual energy, the prickles had turned into burrs. It was like being nailed by a barb on a blade of grass. It was meaningless. He finally understood that there was also a gap in the nature of objects in magic. The reason why everyone liked to use fire magic was because fire didn't have a fixed form, or you could think of it as a gaseous state, which made it easier to understand. Next was water element. Because it was a liquid, it was more difficult to simulate it with spells. Then there was wood, earth, and metal, which were solid. The higher the density, the harder it was to simulate, because the spiritual power couldn't support it. Ordinary people who realized this might be disappointed in their own talent for spells, but Lu Xiaoyi was different. He saw that he was different from the others. When he reached the foundation building stage and mastered the most difficult metal element spells, wouldn't he be able to suppress the 5 elements with 1 gold? He had an unreasonable confidence in his own talent for spells. He didn't know where it came from, but it was deeply ingrained and couldn't be changed. It was as if Dao cultivation was Dao cultivation, and everything else didn't exist. He didn't realize this point at all. 90% of Dao cultivators were Dao cultivation, so it didn't seem wrong to think this way. At this time of the year, according to the usual practice, he should have gone to the depths of the Gobi Desert to catch red threadworms, but he didn't. The reason was simple: the secret of the dolphin thread incense had been discovered. It wasn't from him. In this regard, he had always been very cautious and careful, and he wasn't greedy. However, in the cultivation world, even rogue cultivators were a group of the smartest and most adventurous fellows. When the dolphin thread incense became popular in the north and south of the Yangtze River, this was an inevitable result. Whether it was intentional or not, the fact that the dolphin thread incense could attract red threadworms could no longer be hidden. Chapter 127. Lu Xiaoyi had discovered this situation 2 years ago, but the news had not yet spread. There were not many people, so he could still make some gains. However, the large number of red threadworms caught by the pufferthread incense had caused a catastrophic reduction in the number of red threadworms in the core area of the Gobi Desert. The others were not like him, who could not wait to catch as many as he wanted. They did not care about the seasons or whether they would run out of resources. Therefore, Lu Xiaoyi went in last year and used a lot of pufferthread incense, but he only caught 100 or 200 red threadworms. Such a change made him realize that this precious land would not be of any help to him in the future. Fortunately, he had some resources before. The vague memories of his previous life gave him a very persistent awareness of protecting the environment and creatures. Therefore, he never caught indiscriminately. After using the pufferthread incense, he would definitely send these little worms back to the Gobi Desert. However, there were still too few people with this awareness, especially under the premise that everyone was fighting for it. He did not go to the core area this year because he knew that the news should spread. In the future, even the ordinary white sandworms might not be able to survive in the Gobi Desert, let alone the red threadworms. Once the value of these species was discovered by humans, there would be no other outcome other than extinction. Even the relatively remote place he was staying in had lost its former tranquility. From time to time, there would be cultivators coming over to touch and fiddle with the ground. He had no reason to stop them, and this was not his private territory. He had eaten his fill, so he went to restrict others from eating. This was not the way of cultivation. In other words, he did not have the ability to set his own path in the Gobi Desert. Therefore, he moved his cultivation ground back to the Earthcliff Cave. After all, at the edge of the Gobi Desert, there would be fewer people looking for worms. Everyone's first target was still the red thread worms. This was a rational move. This year, there were an unusually large number of rogue cultivators in the Gobi Desert. Everyone swarmed into the core area of the Gobi Desert, using the relatively cheap pufferthread incense to exchange for the precious red thread worms. Excessive catching had begun to spread. There were no sects nearby to declare sovereignty, and there was no ban period. When there were more people, there were fewer resources. Under the scorching sun, conflicts were inevitable. From individual confrontations to conflicts between different countries, different regions, and different interest groups. Although Lu Xiaoyi was far away and couldn't feel the fluctuations of spiritual aura, he could occasionally see cultivators fleeing in panic. In the seemingly peaceful cultivation world, when interests could not be reconciled, it would immediately become bloody. Lu Xiaoyi didn't know if he was one of the people who had just learned the news. Would he also go to the fire to get chestnuts? It shouldn't be idle, because ever since he stepped into this circle for nearly 10 years, he hadn't found a way to obtain resources that was worth doing for a long time. If he had to count, maybe robbery was one of them. To Lu Xiaoyi's surprise, the situation was worsening. Just from this direction, he saw several injured cultivators fleeing. One of them even met him and politely asked which state and prefecture he was in. Lu Xiaoyi also knew the general process of their conflict. Because he could not sense the participation of cultivators of higher levels such as the Foundation establishment, this large-scale confrontation was basically a fight between rogue cultivators, and it was developing into an alliance. Several large regional groups began to reach an agreement and joined forces to drive away the rogue cultivators and rogue cultivators. The power of an organization was gradually revealed in this chaos. They wanted to dominate the Gobi Desert. At the very least, They had to completely control the core area of the Gobi Desert, which was also the most important area where red threadworms were produced. For an individual, it was difficult to resist. Everyone was in the Chi Eater stage, and there was no essential difference in their combat power. Therefore, the party with the advantage in numbers was basically the party that controlled the situation. This injured cultivator was a lone traveler who had been ostracized. There were many like him in the central area. After being scattered, they could only flee in all directions and had no choice but to leave the area where the red threadworms were produced. 4 late-stage chi-eating cultivators like them, ordinary white sandworms were meaningless. The world of rogue cultivators was actually no different from that of mortals. At least at their level, there was not much difference. Lu Xiaoyi sighed in his heart. There was nothing he could do about it. For him, it was good enough that he could take care of himself. Other people's affairs were too far away from him, so far that he couldn't reach them even if he stretched out his hand. But trouble was like this. When you wanted to avoid it, it would pester you like a ghost. Even if he didn't go to the central area, didn't cultivate in that remote place, and didn't want to get involved in these disputes, it would still find him like a shadow. This afternoon, he was going against the flow on the earth cliff. He didn't hide, because even if he hid in the caves, the changes in the spiritual vigor in the sky couldn't be hidden from people passing by. Therefore, it was better to sit on the earth cliff and cultivate in the defy. At least he could find people approaching from a farther distance. Other people liked quiet and cool cultivation, but he liked the heat. He liked the feeling of physical exhaustion with sweat on his face, the feeling of being calcined in an oven. This was not a physical affection, but a psychological closeness. Therefore, he found 2 cultivators riding a desert camel at the first moment. It was not because he could feel the breath of cultivators, but because from this direction, they couldn't be ordinary mortals. This was not the direction of the trade route, and there were few water sources. The desert camel ran unhurriedly. Obviously, it was different from the lone travelers who were being chased. Lu Xiaoyi slowly stopped his cultivation, but still maintained the posture of cultivation to deal with possible troubles. The 2 strangers obviously didn't have any special intention. They saw that the soil of the Gobi began to plate. There was more and more soil, and less sand. They knew that this place was close to the edge of the Gobi. Then, they saw the relatively high earth cliff and a person sitting on it. Under the scorching sun, those who could sit here and bask in the sun were either lunatics or cultivators. The 2 hesitated for a moment, and then rode their desert camels to find him. They ran to the bottom of the earth cliff and looked at the person who was still sitting there motionlessly. One of them said, "The Red Line Alliance of the Gobi is temporarily seizing this area. My friend, you'd better not stay here for long, or we'll be in trouble." These words were very polite, but the meaning behind them was aggressive. Lu Xiaoyi was very puzzled. Seizing? Do you have the authorization of the Imperial Court of the Yi Kingdom? Give a seal. Send a letter everywhere. If not, as far as I know, Zhaoye is not a cultivation country. The land and rivers are all owned by the country. Since when can cultivators divide their land and claim a certain area as their own? The cultivator frowned. Sure enough, there were no good people among the rogue cultivators. As long as their interests were threatened, they would immediately refuse. Since we're cultivators, we shouldn't talk about the mortal world. We control this area and only control the entry and exit of cultivators. Mortals are not forbidden. Little brother, when you're outside, don't be infected with the bad habits of rogue cultivators. When it's time to give in, you have to give in. Otherwise, don't blame us for not warning you in advance when you suffer losses. Chapter 128. Lu Xiaoyi suppressed his anger. When you retreated again and again, the other party still wouldn't let you go. Even a clay figurine couldn't resign itself to adversity. Just like so many injured cultivators who had been driven away, how could they not know when to back down? But the world was so big, how much power did rogue cultivators have? They could only pick up scraps of meat from the leftover parts of the sect to eat. It wasn't that they didn't know how to back down, but that there wasn't much room to back down in the first place. It wasn't easy to find a place where the sect couldn't be bothered to take action. Without a powerful Foundation establishment cultivator to control the situation, they were still being bullied by a rogue cultivator gang. Who could tolerate this? We're all from the same root, so why are you in such a rush to kill each other? You call yourselves the Red Line Alliance, so you want to dominate the Gobi Desert. If you call yourself the Green Alliance, does that mean you'll be in charge of all the places with plants? If you call yourself the Sunlight Alliance, does that mean all the places the sun shines on will be yours? Firstly, I didn't dig for worms, and secondly, I didn't delay your plans. But you forced me to the edge of the Gobi Desert to struggle for survival, all for the sake of this spiritual opportunity that's even more unruly than a city. Even so, you still can't tolerate this. If I don't leave, what are you going to do about it? Lu Xiaoyi also knew that his current mood wasn't right. Since he'd already retreated to this point, why not take another step back? It wasn't like it involved life, death, or the future, but at his age, although his temperament was usually calm, he was still a young man in the end. His tone would always be different from that of an old man. His previous retreat was for survival. His current refusal to retreat was also for survival. A person couldn't always retreat. There had to be a bottom line, or else what difference was there between him and a salted fish? What was the point of cultivating? Wasn't it better to return to Lu province, get married, have children, and live a simple life? Moreover, there was also a trace of venting after the tragedy that befell his sect. The cultivator raised his hand, and a talisman flipped over in his hand. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't suffer a bit, I'm afraid you'll. Before he could finish speaking, a black shadow had already descended in front of him. His companion beside him pulled on the reins and dodged to the side. Old Huang, be careful. Old Huang was also a veteran rogue cultivator. When he saw that the other party was using the cliff's height to dive straight down, he knew that even if he threw the talisman in his hand now, it wouldn't be able to stop the other party's fall. He knew that his talisman could injure people, but it couldn't kill them. Instead of throwing it out now and injuring the other party but not being able to stop the other party's fall, he might as well save this talisman to stop the other party's fall first. Rogue cultivators, with limited resources, not only did they have to consider how to fight reasonably, they also had to consider how to reduce their consumption. Everyone knew that throwing out 10 talismans at once would definitely be effective, but what would happen after that? Don't you want to live anymore? There were many choices in front of him. He could leap left and right, or he could abandon his camel and retreat. But when he saw that his opponent was charging at him fiercely, he chose the most dangerous and possibly the most vicious move. With a pull of the reins, the huge body of the camel stood up like a human. Then, he crashed into the figure that was pouncing towards him. His companion beside him was convinced. Old Huang's mouth was a little foul, but ordinary rogue cultivators wouldn't have the guts to do this. However, no matter how the other party reacted to this collision, whether it was a direct collision, a roll on the ground, or a weapon slash, there would be an instant loophole because of the camel's influence. Next, whether it was a weapon or a talisman, the initiative was on his side. In his eyes, the young man had chosen to slash with a long sword. This was also the most foolish way to do it. Even with the ability of a rogue cultivator, he could at most kill the camel with a single sword strike. He might not be able to cut off the camel's strong and thick neck. Next, he would just have to wait for their counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with blood. The camel fell to the ground with a thud. The powerful impact caused the camel's body to lean back. Old Huang also fell with the camel. He was shocked to find that the ordinary sword strike had actually cut off the camel's neck. At the same time, it had also split Old Huang, who was hiding behind the camel's neck, into two. Was it a divine weapon? Or was it a blade with sword intent? What was even more chilling was that after killing someone, Dao Ran stood with his back facing him. His body swayed gently as if he was enjoying himself, as if he was drinking a cup of immortal wine. Of course, he would never have guessed that this was because he was scared of blood. After the young man finished enjoying himself, he turned his head and smiled at him. Then, he dived down. Yeah. The rogue cultivator shouted. He abandoned the camel and soared into the air, running towards the depths of the desert. At this moment, his courage was shattered. How could he have the slightest bit of fighting spirit? He had to abandon the camel because in the desert, camels relied on their long strength. Compared to a rogue cultivator, their speed was not enough. Therefore, escaping was more important. He had to focus on escape techniques. The distance between them wasn't far. It was only about 100 feet. Since his opponent had started first, he had to do his best. Fortunately, for chi-eater cultivators, casting spells, throwing talismans, and controlling objects to smash people didn't exist at all. This made the distance of 100 feet very precious. His escape technique was also very good. In fact, which rogue cultivator wasn't like this? The best escape technique among all techniques. This was the motto of every rogue cultivator. Before he could run 10 steps, he felt his back tighten as a sharp object pierced through his chest. Following that, another sharp object circled around his neck. He felt no pain at all as he flew up into the air. The young man immediately stopped. He closed his eyes slightly and his body swayed. He took a deep breath, as if he was enjoying the smell of blood in the air. He's a devil. This was the rogue cultivator's last thought. Seems like it's very simple. Lu Xiaoyi recovered from the slight dizziness. I haven't even started to use my best technique. He neatly packed up the two people's belongings. He didn't have to worry about someone digging a hole for him. These people were just a motley crew that had gathered at the last minute. If they weren't a real organization with discipline, who would be willing to leave a mark on others? This wave of bug catchers was very weak. This was Lu Xiaoyi's conclusion. He didn't even use his best trump card, the phosphorescence technique. He only used a few moves to get close to his opponent. This made him feel a little proud. Should he return to Pu City or continue to stay here to cultivate? He decided to stay. He had only heard of those who ran away after losing a battle. He had never heard of those who ran away after winning a battle. In fact, in his mind, he was still thinking about continuing to hone his skills. Why not? Only real combat could force out a person's full combat potential. This principle wasn't difficult to understand. Moreover, in the Gobi Desert, there was no problem of ambushes. If there were too many of them, all he had to do was run. After running for close to 10 years, he finally had the chance to prove whether there was value in being a mobile spiritual cultivator fort. Two poor people. Looking at their belongings, Lu Xiaoyi shook his head and sighed. One of them didn't even have a storage ring. He only had a few storage bags to make up the numbers. However, he wouldn't feel guilty about this. Whether he should kill or not had nothing to do with the rich or poor. It only had to do with what you did. What did I do in my previous life? I was a loser. I don't have any impression of anything else. Apart from everything about himself, he was very clear about everything else about his previous life. This kind of transmigration method was really strange. Could it be caused by that floating piece of luck in his sea of consciousness? It didn't seem like it. When his soul was drifting in the universe, he could no longer remember anything about his previous life. Could it be that he was a butcher? A mercenary? Otherwise, how could he be so used to killing and not have any ripples in his heart? Lu Xiaoyi sighed about his pitiful past as he climbed up the cliff and continued his refinement. Chapter 129. P.S. It will be released on August 1st. On the day of release, 3,000 initial subscriptions plus 20 chapters, 5,000 initial subscriptions plus 30 chapters, 10,000 initial subscriptions plus 100 chapters. This is impossible. After the monthly votes exceed 2,000, every 500 subscriptions will add one chapter. Come on, the initial subscriptions won't cost much. Let's build up the momentum first. More than 10 days passed peacefully, but no one came to find trouble with him. He finally understood. After all, they were not from an organized sect. Who would care if one or two of them didn't come back? They might even be secretly happy that they had lost 2 more locusts. The lives of rogue cultivators were worthless because there were very few people who truly cared about them. He returned to his normal state of cultivation. In his opinion, a group of rogue cultivators from all over the world couldn't cause much trouble. It was just a problem of how to distribute resources. This so-called Red Line Alliance wouldn't last long and would fall apart under the uneven distribution of benefits. A good orthodoxy that had been passed down for a long time would definitely have many people in the sect who were willing to contribute. Because there was no absolute equality, there would need to be people who would make concessions. When concessions became a tradition of a power, it would be impossible for that power to not become strong. This view of his came from the philosophy of life in his previous life. It was the truth. But before the truth could show its value, it was often wrong. In the long run, there was no problem with this philosophy, and the Red Line Alliance would definitely fall apart. But in the short run, it still had vitality. The problem was, he was still in this short window of time. On this day, Lu Xiaoyi returned from Pu City in a bad mood. His mother was a little sick. It was an ordinary fever and cold. But when he channeled his spiritual power, he found that the problem wasn't the cold, but the body's constitution. His mother was almost 60 years old. In this short-lived world, her lifespan was already longer than most people. But in his heart, there was no limit to her lifespan. What made him depressed was that he had been channeling his spiritual power for 10 years, and it had obviously extended his mother's lifespan. So much so that it was basically useless for him to continue channeling his spiritual power. Even mortals had spiritual resistance. There was no doubt that the kneeling scorching sun had affected his mother's body. It was just that it was hidden in the passage of time and slowly revealed itself. No one could say for sure how many years of her lifespan it had affected. He didn't have many solutions now. The only feasible thing was to build his foundation as soon as possible. By then, his understanding of cultivation, nature, and the human body would improve. Perhaps he would find a better solution. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have come to the Gobi to cultivate. He would have stayed at home to accompany his mother. He was a little absent-minded, but when he was about to approach the cliff, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The place where the two cultivators were buried had been turned over. Before he could react, 2 camel riders appeared behind the sand dune in front of him. Soon after, 8 more cultivators appeared one after another from the side and behind them. He had been surrounded. How could this be? In fact, the reason was very simple. It was because he returned to Pu City every 3 days, especially this time. He had been delayed for a few days because of his mother's illness, so he had been blocked by the cultivators of the Red Line Alliance. This was both coincidental and inevitable. If he continued to take things for granted and carelessly mingle in the cultivation world, this kind of situation would happen more often. He was just passing by. The other party couldn't directly determine that he was the murderer. If he pretended to be ignorant, there was still a chance for him to stir up trouble. But Lu Xiaoyi intuitively felt that he couldn't do this and put the initiative in someone else's hand. Being surrounded, being flattened, or rounded, was all up to others to decide. It was just like the government in Pu City. But if you were in their hands, everything was out of your control, regardless of whether you did it or not. For cultivators, this was even more lawless. Even if it was just to vent their anger, would it be a problem to deal with a lone itinerant cultivator? When the time came and they made a move, they would immediately be exposed. Fortunately, although he wasn't in a good mood and was a little absent-minded when doing things, he didn't lose a single piece of equipment while walking, including the 2 sets of jade pieces on his feet. This also included a bamboo hat and a white cloth covering his face. This was the standard equipment for walking in the Gobi Desert. Putting it here actually made him feel like he was wearing a mask. He wasn't the only one. In fact, everyone was the same. In the Chi Eater stage, they couldn't ignore the environment like foundation establishment cultivators. Then, let's have a place to vent our depression. Lu Xiaoyi estimated the distance between him and these people. When he was several hundred feet away, he suddenly accelerated and ran straight ahead, in the direction of the depths of the Gobi Desert. He couldn't turn back. He couldn't bring danger back to Pu City and bring danger to his home. Why are you running? We just want to ask you what happened in this area recently. It's not like we want your life. A voice full of energy came from behind him. Lu Xiaoyi laughed as he ran. If you don't chase me, I won't run. If you don't surround me, I won't run. Do you think I'm stupid? If I'm surrounded by you guys, won't everything you say be reasonable? He ran easily and didn't look like he was putting his life on the line. The two people in front of him were cursing and scolding this guy for being troublesome. With this guy in front of them, they might have to waste a few more talismans. They also felt a bit pained. Why didn't he run in another direction? What a fool. About 10 feet away, two cultivators blocked his path, one on the left and one on the right. One of them threw out a spirit fire talisman, while the other threw out a water arrow talisman. Both of them were talismans of the lowest level in the Chi Eater stage. They weren't used to kill, but to delay. They found the corpses of two of their companions nearby, so they needed to understand the situation nearby. Therefore, they only wanted to capture the cultivator in front of them alive. They really didn't think he was the murderer. The real murderer probably ran away long ago. Would he be stupid enough to come back and walk right into their trap after so many days? As soon as the talismans were thrown out, Lu Xiaoyi's speed suddenly increased. At the same time, he drew his sword. This was a big weakness of talismans used by Chi Eater stage cultivators. Talismans couldn't be found automatically. This was because everyone didn't have divine sense. In the rhythm of the change in speed, the two talismans both fell behind him. The distance of less than 10 feet was covered in a flash. Two streaks of blood spurted out, but this time Lu Xiaoyi didn't sway because he didn't stop. After he slashed out, he didn't even look, continuing to run into the depths of the desert. However, based on the feeling in his hand, these two people were probably going to report to the King of Hell. Several voices came from behind him. There were cries of alarm, curses, and sorrowful cries. However, this had nothing to do with him. He continued to run forward unhurriedly. He had already run for nearly 10 years in the terrain within a radius of several hundred li. Where there were pits, where there was water, where there was floating sand, where there were sandbags, they were all in his mind. As long as they dared to chase, he had the confidence to make them all stay in this expanse of yellow sand. The pursuit behind him suddenly sped up. None of these people had thought that they would surround the real murderer so easily. One after another, flames rose into the air, guiding the murderer's direction. Lu Xiaoyi immediately understood that the number of people the other party had dispatched this time was probably far more than these 10. However, since he had already started, there was no reason to turn back. He could only brace himself and continue forward. Let's see if the tiger cub's skill was higher or if the wolf pack's strength was greater. Chapter 130. Swordsman Crossing the River will be published on August 1st. Before that, Sloth would like to make a request. Data is the foundation of online literature. Whether it is recommendations, collections, monthly votes, or subscriptions, they all determine the direction of a book. Sloth is also a layman, so he still has to make some requests. The most important thing at the beginning of the publication is the first order. This is the only time, so I hope everyone can support me. Swordsman Crossing the River had 500 first orders, which was terrible. But later, with the support of readers, there was some improvement. Thank you, everyone. Swordsman Crossing the River had a higher starting point than Swordsman Crossing the River, so Sloth naturally had some improper thoughts. It is human nature, so please forgive me. First order can represent many things, such as popularity, results, and the arrangement of recommendation spots. These can also determine the success or failure of a book. So, please, it would be released on August 1st. On the day it was released, 3,000 initial subscriptions plus 20 chapters, 5,000 initial subscriptions plus 30 chapters, 10,000 initial subscriptions plus 100 chapters, this is impossible. After the monthly ticket sales exceeded 2,000, every 500 tickets would add one chapter. This is a psychological stimulation method. For real readers, it is to make them laugh. In fact, Sloth is not greedy for money, but for the reader's time. Because there are always many readers who will not read the book on August 1st for various reasons, such as laziness, forgetting, going with girls, winning the lottery, etc. If there is nothing important, take some time out to help me, Sloth will be very grateful. There are also many readers from other websites or pirated books. Everyone has their own situation. It is a principle to act according to one's ability. Sloth will not blame anyone, but to take a few minutes to download the Chidian app and spend 80 yuan for the first order, this is not asking for much, right? This is very important to Sloth. If you really like this book, it is actually a very simple thing, and there is basically no cost. Originally, he wanted to write many reasons, such as having old and young children at home, being plagued by illness, being in debt, not having enough food to eat, not having enough clothes to cover his body. But after thinking about it, he realized that they were all adults, so who was he trying to fool? I will just say it directly. I want to collect literature, but my wallet is not full. Is this reason enough? On August 1st, bring your family and friends to help Lai Lai. Thank you. Chapter 131. P.S. August 1st, please support us. Both sides were moving like galloping horses. In fact, it was a bit of an overestimation to call them evading techniques. It was something between lightness technique and evading techniques in the mortal world. Who had ever seen a real foundation establishment cultivator moving his legs like a fan? They were like this now. Lu Xiaoyi was currently using the whirling wind escape armor, which allowed him to conserve a little bit of spiritual power. These were all feints. He had been running with his sword and saber for nearly 10 years, so he knew all too well how to kill while running. These people had intercepted him in the Gobi Desert. Sooner or later they would regret it. In less than a moment, the distance between him and the pursuers had been reduced to less than 100 feet. On the one hand, these people were really fast, and on the other hand, he did it deliberately. There was a sand dune in front of him. It was half soil, 1,000 feet in diameter, and more than 100 feet high. It was nameless. It was the first transfer point that Lu Xiaoyi had prepared for him. Brushing past the edge of the sand dune, he turned inside and disappeared from the sight of the cultivators. Everyone couldn't fly, and the vision of these cultivators was no different from that of ordinary people. According to common sense, he would appear from the other side of the sand dune after 10 breaths. The leader of the pursuers waved his hand. There were roads everywhere in the Gobi, so there was no need to follow the murderer. Under his signal, the 4 cultivators no longer took the original path, but went directly to the other side of the sand dune. They had to follow him. Reinforcements would arrive soon. At that time, the murderer wouldn't be able to escape. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the sand dune. As soon as the 4 cultivators turned the corner of the sand dune, a figure on the opposite side was already rushing at them at high speed. The 4 of them immediately understood this guy's idea, but they didn't have much time to react. Both sides were moving at high speed. The distance of 100 feet was covered in a flash. With the previous bloody experience, the 4 of them were like 4 frightened birds, suddenly exploding in flock. Actually, if they could work together, the 4 of them attacking together, this ferocious person would only be in for a bad time. But in an alliance of rogue cultivators, they didn't know each other before, so how could they entrust their safety to others? Out of the 4 of them, 1 rolled to the left, 1 rolled to the right, 1 jumped into the air, and 1 slid on the ground. They even stirred up a large amount of sand to cover their bodies. Lu Xiaoyi also rose from the ground. This one was too cunning. He did not know what kind of tricks it was hiding in the flying sand. There was too little time, so it was not good to touch it. However, the one who had jumped up had lost his mind. The enemy was right in front of him, yet he had exposed his lower body. Wasn't this just courting death? He didn't jump as high as the other person, but he did it on purpose. He held his sword vertically and cut between the other person's legs. At the same time, a flying dagger flashed. This was already his greatest ability. If he used throwing knives to attack more people, he couldn't guarantee his strength and accuracy. The leader of the cultivators stood up from the sand with his face covered in dust. he discovered that the one who had leaped into the air was clutching his lower abdomen with both hands. Blood was flowing out like a broken dam. The other cultivator who had leaped to the left was lying motionless on the sand. There was a bloodstain on his back. It seemed that he had been pierced by a sharp object. Both of them couldn't live anymore. Lu Xiaoyi changed his direction and began to run back. After running for a while, he felt that something was wrong. He looked back and saw that no one was chasing after him. He could only slow down his pace. It was not that he was addicted to killing, but this kind of practical running fighting style greatly satisfied his inner needs. It was close to perfection. If he could replace the swinging of the sword and throwing of the flying daggers with a continuous barrage of spells, TSK, the scene would be too beautiful. For now, he could only put up with it. The pursuers were in a more awkward position. How could the two who had escaped death have the courage to chase after him alone? On the other side, the four people who had split up did not see the change on the other side of the sand dune. When they crossed the sand dune and found that there was no one, they turned back to look. When they found that there were only two people left in the other group, the situation suddenly became gloomy. This murderer was not easy to deal with. Cruel, ruthless, and most importantly, his fighting style in a place like the Gobi Desert would weaken the advantage of numbers to the greatest extent. No one was stupid. The battle situation was not difficult to analyze. They were here to make a fortune, not to fight to the death. They could accept that fighting to a certain extent could maximize their profits. But if they had to fight with their lives on the line, this was beyond their psychological bottom line. Their group was a cultivator group from a nearby county. They had gathered dozens of people and were one of the three main groups of the Red Line Alliance. According to their division of labor, two groups were responsible for catching worms, while the other was responsible for cleaning up the surrounding area. After a period of time, they would rotate, and the red line worms they caught would be evenly divided among everyone. They were the group responsible for cleaning up the area during this period. Because they had lost two members, they had searched this area. In the end, they did not expect to run into such a half-baked thing. His wretched tactics, his ability to fight while on the move, his powerful ability to break through defenses, and his perfect coordination with the environment. When all of these were added together, the price they had to pay was that 6 out of their team of dozens had already been killed by this person. This was not a small number. Most importantly, if they continued to chase, who knew how many more people would die? Be careful of this person's tactics. This person is very cunning and is good at using the environment to counterattack. The leader was still warning them, but no one was looking at him. Instead, they were looking at a small sand dune several hundred feet away. The murderer was walking forward step by step. He was walking. Why didn't you run? If you ran out of sight, everyone would have an easier time, you know? The leader was giving you a bunch of bullshit advice. His only real goal was to give you time to run, you know? Even if you wanted to run, why didn't you find a place where you could hide from everyone's sight? You had to at least give everyone a reason to pretend they couldn't see you, right? King wandered around in front of everyone so brazenly. Weren't you just luring everyone to chase after you? Then you'd kill them one by one, Lengzi? Everyone in the world wanted to save face. Couldn't they be considerate of each other? Awkward. Really awkward. The leader felt that he really couldn't make up any more stories. Continue the chase, or go back and make a fortune with his life. This choice was actually not that difficult. Thank the heavens, there was always a way out. A small group of 7 to 8 cultivators ran over from afar. They were the reinforcements that Yang Xin had called for. The leader was also a somewhat famous rogue cultivator, Lin Yi. He was famous for his tough methods and bad temper. When he saw the tragic scene and learned that the other party was alone, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. There were also several factions in their group. They also had to fight for the right to speak so that they wouldn't be at a disadvantage during the distribution of red thread worms. Seeing these people in such a predicament, Lin Yi's first thought was that they didn't put in effort and were half-hearted. In the end, the other party took advantage of the loophole. Otherwise, out of 10 people, 4 of them were killed while the other party was completely unharmed. How did they fight? He didn't really want to care about this kind of trivial matter. The ones who died weren't his acquaintances. However, if he wanted to have a greater right to speak in this group and convince more cultivators to follow him, he had to do something. He couldn't just let things go. He looked at the other leader with disdain. I, Linenyi, can help you with this. However, after this matter is done, Brother Wu needs to stand on my side during the distribution of red threadworms. This was clearly a demand for authority. This was the characteristic of rogue cultivators in the cultivation world. Otherwise, if there were no benefits, who would be willing to help you? The previous leader sighed. If Brother Linen is willing to help, then it's a sure thing. My side has already lost its edge, but I can still hold the fort. As for the future distribution, I'll follow Brother Linen's lead. Linen Yi was very satisfied that he had gotten what he wanted. He was also a decisive person and immediately began to make arrangements. Boasting was boasting, and action was action. How could someone who had been in the rogue cultivator circle for a long time be so careless? Group in pairs and cooperate with each other. Advance step by step. Advance separately and attack together. Don't be in a hurry to get close. This person is good at close combat, but no matter how good he is, he's still a human. There will be a moment when his spiritual power will be exhausted. We just need to catch him. Chapter 132. Once everyone had made up their minds, they resumed their pursuit. Linen Yi was confident in his abilities and formed a team with an old friend who had been with him for many years. The others also formed a team with their close friends. Just by relying on each other, they were able to prevent the enemy's surprise attack from going all out. They did not rush to chase, but instead formed a fan shape. As for whether the enemy turned left or right, there would be the closest group to follow. Another small group of 6 people followed behind them, filling in the gaps. If there were any trusted subordinates, they would ask the leader, "Big brother, why do we have to rely on others?" In terms of numbers, although we lost 6 people, if we add our own people behind us, we may not be afraid of Linen Yi. If he really distributes the red threadworms, I'm afraid we will complain. The leader smiled. Don't worry, it hasn't started yet. Who knows who will survive in the end? Who will fall? Even if Linen Yi doesn't die, he will lose a few trusted subordinates. What can he use to talk to me? In the cultivation world, we rely on connections, not brute courage. The pursuit on the Gobi Desert resumed, and the scale was larger than before. A total of 14 people spread out in a fan shape, circling Lu Xiaoyi. Lu Xiaoyi really did not care about this. Self-confidence was cultivated step by step. No one could really kill everyone as soon as they entered the path of Tao. Not to mention strength, how could he not panic when more than 10 cultivators of the same level came at him? Lu Xiaoyi killed people. The first one was the housekeeper of the Hu mansion, who was a mortal. Then it was Qing Mu, who was a sneak attack, and he had the idea of running away if he could not kill him. Then it was Yarrow Mansion, who killed cultivators. It was still a sneak attack, but he no longer had the idea of running away if the sneak attack failed. Then it was the front of the Earth Cliff, which was not a sneak attack, but a preemptive strike. Looking at his battle experience, it was an experience of growth. He became bolder and bolder. Because of his self-confidence, he was fearless. Now he was running with more than 10 cultivators, but he was not thinking about how to get rid of them, but how to use the environment to nibble at them one by one. He had a very strange kind of confidence, and that was, I haven't even used my trump card yet. In fact, if he had a teacher, he would definitely tell him that his biggest trump card was that sword. It was that set of flying knives. It was the style of running non-stop. He had always been using his sharpest weapon to ambush others, yet he still thought that he was a future master of magic. This was the result of cultivating alone. Rogue cultivators were often like this. They would be blinded by their own hobbies and would not be able to see what was most precious to them. Take Lu Xiaoyi for example. With his meager abilities, could he kill anyone? Why was he so obstinate? Regarding this, he had no self-awareness at the moment. Following his own plan, he began to run in circles in the Gobi Desert. The rogue cultivators who were chasing him were very experienced. They would not leave him unless they had a good opportunity to do so. They were not in a hurry, and neither was Lu Xiaoyi. Even if he ran like this for 10 days straight, it wouldn't affect him from returning to kill people. However, they still had to make use of the environment. After all, this was not a long-distance race. They needed some excitement. Gradually, in front of him, 3 sand dunes appeared. Each of the sand dunes was smaller than the one he had just run on. They were several hundred feet in diameter and less than 10 feet in height. However, when they were grouped together, Lu Xiaoyi gave them a name, 3 Stars Mound. Looking at the direction he was running in, one of the cultivators in the first group shouted, "Everyone, be careful. This person likes to use the sand dunes to block our line of sight, and then rush back to kill us." The sack-clothed man made a hand gesture. 2 of the 4 groups of cultivators did not walk on the flat ground, but went up the sand dunes. First, they occupied the highest point. This was a very smart strategy. The remaining cultivators slowed down their speed. With weapons and talismans in hand, if this person dared to counterattack, as long as they held him back for a few breaths, they would be able to kill him from all direction. 4 people split into 2 groups to fight for 2 sand dunes. The remaining 4 people slowly closed in from both sides of the sand dunes. They were waiting for their companions who had climbed up the sand dunes to give them directions. Behind these 8 people, there were 6 people who had been killed until they had a psychological barrier. "Big brother, with the sack-clothed man's arrangement, I'm afraid it will be difficult for that vicious person to succeed in his sneak attack again." The leader did not say anything. He admired the sack-clothed man's tactical ability. However, in the cultivation world, survival did not depend entirely on this. It was more important to know when to advance and when to retreat. Because everyone had slowed down their speed, the 2 groups of cultivators who were climbing the sand dunes were the fastest to reach the top. One of the groups was a step faster. As soon as they climbed up, they shouted danger loudly. The situation was intense. The cultivators below felt their hearts tighten and became even more cautious. However, the danger did not come from the bottom of the sand dunes, but from the top of another sand dune. To Lu Xiaoyi, of course, he would not use the same strategy as before. He could completely change it. Therefore, his counterattack was not at the bottom of the sand dunes, but once he entered the 3 Stars Mound and left the line of sight of his pursuers, he rushed to the top of a sand dune with all his strength. There were only 2 possibilities. If the pursuers did not occupy the high ground, then he could easily break out of the encirclement and everyone could run again. If the pursuers played tricks and occupied the high ground, then he could take away 1 or 2 of them. Similarly, he could start a new chapter. The 2 cultivators who were climbing the other sand dune were a step slower than the other group of cultivators. They heard the danger shout, but subconsciously thought that the murderer must be targeting the people at the bottom of the sand dunes. Therefore, they sped up even faster, wanting to reach the top of the sand dunes to take a look. They had already decided which direction to take next. 2 on one side and 1 on the other. With the top of the sand dunes as the meeting point, one side was ignorant, one side was deliberate. They suddenly collided and then separated. Everyone shouted in unison, but how could they stop the sly runner in time? He swaggered off, turning his head repeatedly to signal everyone to follow him. The sack-clothed man's face was ashen. He rushed to the top of the sand dunes, only to see the miserable bodies of his 2 subordinates. He could not bear to look. He finally understood the difficulties of the previous group of people. However, now that he had already boasted, shame could not be sheathed. Could it be that he could only return with his tail between his legs? If that was really the case, his reputation would be ruined. He would no longer have the face to mention his right to speak or the right to distribute resources. Other than going all out, he had no other choice. "Next time, when you give the warning, can you please shout out our names too?" The sack-clothed man glared fiercely at the group of people who had called the police. There was no other way. When people were in danger, they would subconsciously not think so thoroughly. The leader behind him twirled his beard and smiled, not saying a word. In the cultivation world, You must know when to advance and when to retreat. You must know when to compromise. This was the way of survival. If he was the same as the sack-clothed man, he would probably have become a general without an army, all alone. In the cultivation world, there was never a lack of geniuses and vicious people. When you meet them, you should just retreat. Why must you hit your head and bleed? What was the point? Chapter 133. Lu Xiaoyi continued to wander in front, but he could feel that the pursuers behind him were ready to stake everything on a single throw. Especially a few of them, the murderous intent in their eyes was no joke. With his personality, he viewed life and death lightly. It was not only the lives of others, but also his own life. Especially when it came to battles, he had an extraordinary intuition. When he started running, it was as though everything was under his control. The fiercer his opponent was, the more excited he became. If his opponent was tired and weak, he would not be willing to continue such a game. Simply put, he did not respect life too much. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with that. He was becoming more and more confused about his past, but now was not the time to think about it. Due to anger, the hemp-clothed assassin and his subordinates began to deviate from their original intention of staying together. They began to act rashly and take risks. Especially the hemp-clothed assassin and his companions, they uncharacteristically rushed to the front. At this moment, they realized that if they were to break into a run, the cultivator in front would not be any slower than them. In the hemp-clothed assassin's heart, the strength of this murderer might not be stronger than them. It was just that in such a terrain, such a fighting style had an incomparable advantage. But as long as they could hold him back, even if it was just for a few breaths, he was confident that he could kill this person with his chain of spells and talisman. Now, no one was talking about capturing him alive. What they were truly considering was how to kill him. The confidant of the leader asked softly, "Big brother, the hemp-clothed assassin is going all out. What should we do?" The leader replied softly, "Steady. As long as that person keeps running, we will watch from afar. If he is cornered, then we will immediately surround him. How can we forget the vengeance of 6 brothers? I want all of you to understand that the reason why I am not letting all of you go up is not because I disregard our brotherhood, but because I do not wish to sacrifice the lives of any more brother." After running for a day, Lu Xiaoyi led them hundreds of miles into the desert. There were sandbags of various sizes here. Because they were too small, they could not be described as sand dunes. If a more accurate description was used, they were more like tombstones. The smallest tombstones were not even as tall as a person, and the tallest tombstones were only as tall as 2 or 3 people. It was easy for people to hide, but it was also easy for people to be exposed. It all depended on whether one was familiar with the tombstones, and whether one knew how to use human vision to deceive others. Lu Xiaoyi called this area, where hundreds of sandbags were formed, a mass grave. As far as he was concerned, this place would become the place where victory would be decided. If he lost, there was no need to say anything. He would just hand over his life to the other party. If he won, the pursuers would completely lose their courage. The Red Line Alliance would only be able to maintain their position in the center of the Gobi Desert. They would no longer be so arrogant as to claim the entire Gobi Desert as their territory. This was also his goal. In the end, he couldn't kill everyone who entered the Gobi Desert. The Gobi didn't belong to the Red Line Alliance. Of course, it didn't belong to Lu Xiaoyi. He just wanted them to understand one thing. Even if they were arrogant, they should know their limits. You can't take all the food for yourself. Seeing the murderer rush into the group of sandbags, swaying a few times before disappearing without a trace, everyone understood that this was the battlefield that Vicious had found for them. He was waiting for them here. Let's see if they dared to enter. As long as a normal cultivator was rational, they wouldn't easily take such a risk in a battle like this. Cultivators were very sensitive to their environment. If they couldn't pull their opponents into an environment they were familiar with, they should at least pull their opponents into an unfamiliar environment. A fierce glint flashed in the sack-clothed man's eyes. Cultivators needed to be rational, but they also needed to be courageous. Especially now, He had been running around for half his life, relying on this reputation of courageous courage to survive in the circle. Others could retreat, but he couldn't. Moreover, he needed to enter as soon as possible. The slower he was, the more time the murderer would have to recover. Gathering everyone together, the sack-clothed man's eyes revealed a fierce glint. For this battle, I'll use myself as bait. I'll walk at the front. We'll jump from the sandbags and not walk below. There's no need to talk about tactical rules. This murderer appears and disappears like a ghost. He can't be judged by common sense. Just one point. Wherever there's any movement, everyone will attack together. Don't be afraid of the slightest thing. The sandbags obstruct us from moving quickly. This is our last chance. If we miss this chance, we won't have another one. I won't be the only one to lose face. Brother Wu, what do you say? The leader with the surname Wu sighed. This is originally everyone's problem. How can I continue to stand by and watch? The reason why we have the intention to retreat is because this environment is too advantageous for this murderer to display his abilities. We're afraid that we'll suffer heavy losses, so we don't want to pursue relentlessly. Since that's the case, Brother Sackclothed, as long as you guys can lure that murderer out, we'll definitely surround him. We won't go back on our words. The two of them swore with their palms raised, and the sack-clothed man's heart calmed down. This murderer had almost no weaknesses in this desert environment. However, he had found one now, and that was this person's psychological weakness, his love of acting like a hero. Facing the pursuit of more than 10 people, he didn't run with all his might. Instead, he wanted to counterattack while running. This was the plot of a self-confident hero. If he really had the strength, he could definitely fight 1 against 10. The reason why he didn't do so was because he knew he couldn't win. In an open environment, this kind of self-confidence could help him kill the pursuers. However, in this sandbag terrain, it might not be so. In this kind of terrain, the so-called evasive movement of a chi-eating cultivator was greatly reduced. Running between sandbags was clearly too stupid. Turning left and right took too much time. Moreover, his speed couldn't increase. There was only one way out, which was to jump on top of the sandbags. However, as long as he jumped, his whereabouts would be exposed. It would be difficult to get out of their encirclement. That's why it's said that the plot of a hero kills. In a decisive battle in this place, he thought he was familiar with the terrain. However, he lost the most important speed, which was also the murderer's most troublesome advantage. On this point, the sackcloth rider saw it very clearly. The leader with the surname Wu also saw it very clearly. This was the basis for the two to work together. To be able to climb and roll for so many years in the cultivation world, who could be weak? If it wasn't for the power of this guy's sword being too fierce and his control of flying daggers being too unpredictable, based on cultivation level alone, he would have been chopped into pieces long ago. Everyone felt very confident this time. Thus, several cultivators, including the sackcloth rider, slapped talismans on their bodies. Diamond talismans, solid talismans, iron bone talismans. These were all prepared to resist in a situation where they were caught unprepared. There were also those who felt that they might not be able to resist directly. Thus, they slapped talismans on themselves, floating talismans and so on. Using reaction to dodge the opponent's sword slash could also be considered a method. It was very obvious that the first person to be attacked would definitely bear the greatest pressure. Moreover, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to resist. It depended on whether he could delay for a few breaths of time to fight for an opportunity for the others. This was a matter of luck. There was a 10 or 20% chance. It wasn't certain death. Follow me. After the preparations were complete, the sackcloth rider took the lead and rushed into the group of sandbags. In order to show his fearless spirit, he no longer hesitated. Instead, he jumped on top of the sandbags. His left hand held a talisman, his right hand held an eyebrow pisser, and his body was covered with iron bone and cool breeze talismans. He didn't believe that with him being so vigilant, his opponent, who was also a chi-eating cultivator, would be able to kill him in a second. Chapter 134. Recalling the previous few ambushes, the true strength of this murderer lay in the fact that he always caught them off guard. It seemed that the real head-on confrontation hadn't happened yet. Him sticking his head out like a bird really raised his morale. It was much more responsible than shouting "Go for me." The remaining 5 people in his group also jumped out. Everyone jumped on the sandbags and could see each other clearly. They looked at each other from head to tail, looking at each other with an awe-inspiring aura. Big Brother Wu was the exact opposite of them. He liked to deal with things calmly and didn't like to take risks. "Let's stay together. Either we search together or chase together. Just don't separate." His confidant laughed softly. "Or we run together." This was a relatively smooth operation. Regardless of whether it was the aggressiveness of the Sackcloth's group or the calmness of Big Brother Wu's group, but dozens of breaths passed. There were only a few hundred sandbags in front of everyone's eyes, but not a single hair could be seen. Could it be that this madman really ran away this time? But the desert was unobstructed. With so many pairs of eyes watching, it was impossible for this person to run away from the sandbags. The sackcloth guest stood on a tall sandbag in the middle of the sandbags. His clothes and sleeves fluttered as he looked back at Big Brother Wu. Big Brother Wu also took it seriously this time. "I've observed this person's actions. Every time he takes a risk, he doesn't follow the conventional rules. If he does it once, he definitely won't do it a second time. Therefore, the possibility of him still being in the sandbags is very high. It's just that." The sackcloth guest smiled sinisterly. Hiding in the sand. This was the most suitable method for the murderer. He also had enough time. Now that the ground was mainly covered in sand, it was very easy to hide himself. If it was a Foundation establishment cultivator, they would only need to use their divine sense to scan the area. But they were chi eaters, so they could only see with their naked eyes. How could they see through the sand, even if it was just a thin layer? The sackcloth guest took out a carved bow from his storage ring. This time, he didn't even care about revealing his trump card. This was a rare semi-magic tool spirit bow. It was a treasure that he had relied on to run rampant for dozens of years. The reason why he didn't use it before was because his accuracy wasn't good enough while running. Shooting an arrow while moving, he had to hit a fast-moving target dozens of feet ahead. This wasn't something that could be practiced. He could only rely on luck. If his arrow didn't hit the target, the opponent would be on guard. This was the disadvantage of not being guided by divine sense. Drawing his bow and setting an arrow, the entire group of sandbags was within his shooting range. At this moment, he was in a horse stance. His strength came from his feet, and his spiritual power surged. Looking down from a high vantage point, he was in the best position to shoot. His companion also did his best. He jumped down from the sandbag and stepped through the surrounding area to make sure that no murderers would jump out and hurt anyone nearby. After finishing their preparations, Big Brother Wu's group also chose a favorable position and prepared to pounce at any moment. Seeing that everyone was confident, the sack-clothed man shouted, "East." This was to divide the sandbags into 4 areas: north, south, east, and west. It was beneficial for concentrating their forces on clearing the sandbags. As for the other 3 areas, Big Brother Wu only needed to assign 2 people to watch over them. Strict and meticulous, he was indeed an outstanding individual cultivator who could form the Red Line Alliance. There were no more than 100 sandbags in the entire sandbag cluster, and there were no more than 30 sandbags in each of the 4 directions. They were the size of tombstones, and in such a small area, nothing could be hidden from the 5 cultivators. They didn't even need to use their weapons to pierce the ground inch by inch. They only needed to stomp on the ground and send out their spiritual energy to clearly see what was hidden in the ground within a radius of several jong. Because of the death of their companion, the cultivators were very focused. At least 2 people would step on the same area in order to not leave any room for error. If a cultivator buried himself in the sand and was attacked by spiritual energy, he would be injured if he didn't circulate his chi to resist it. If he did, he would expose himself. There was no third possibility. After 15 minutes, the east area had been carefully plowed through, and nothing unusual was found. The sack-clothed man pointed his bow to the south. South. The 5 of them repeated their search, but the result was the same. The sack-clothed man's heart was like stone, and his expression didn't change. The more critical the moment was, the more he couldn't show any hesitation as the leader. West. North. The north area was the area that the cultivators were most worried about. That was because the murderers could be hiding there, so they had to be extra careful. Big Brother Wu's group was also slowly approaching, but his trusted subordinate had a different opinion. Big Brother. With that murderer's cunning character, it's impossible for him to not see or hear what we're doing. Since his hiding place has already been seen through, why didn't he take the opportunity to escape while searching in other directions? Why did he wait for us to find him? This doesn't fit his style of doing things. Big Brother Wu also felt the same, but he couldn't figure out where the problem was. You just have to remember one thing. As long as the 6 of us stick together, that murderers won't target us. He will only target those who are alone. Everyone nodded their heads. For these people to be able to hang out with Big Brother Wu, they admired his steadiness. He knew when to advance and retreat, and wouldn't risk everyone's lives. Very quickly, the north area was also searched. Just as some people had guessed, they didn't find anything. This time, even the sack-clothed man furrowed his brows. What made it very difficult for him was that he wasn't sure if this person really intended to compete with them here. For cultivators like them, their escape technique was between relying on the natural laws of Foundation establishment to completely float, and a mortal's brilliant Qigong to leave behind traces. In other words, their escape technique wouldn't leave behind footprints, but it could leave behind traces. For example, fine scratches. Because of the surging qi waves, the sand was slightly shorter than normal sand. However, because they were too confident, the few of them went in and stepped everywhere, destroying the scene. It was impossible to determine the murderer's whereabouts based on the traces left behind. However, he was also very sure that this person couldn't have left just like that. That was because cultivators' eyesight could clearly see a large bird 10 li away in the boundless desert. How could they not see such a big living person after leaving the sandbags? If one person was blind, would a dozen people also be blind? A cultivator put forward his suggestion. Big Brother Ma, it's also possible that this person has a special magic item, like your bow? Or maybe he hid it very deeply. When we stomp our feet, we can only affect a depth of 3 kai, any deeper than that would be beyond our power. The sack-clothed man pondered, that makes sense. There's such a possibility. We can't give up our initial judgment just because we haven't found him yet. But before that, we have to look at the other side of the sandbags, which is the other side of the direction we entered, to see if there are any traces of a human leaving. After all, if everyone missed it, it could only be in that direction. He was still a little worried. What if this person really left? Wouldn't they become the biggest joke in the cultivation circle in recent years if a group of people were to dig here and there while licking their butts? The 5 cultivators also felt that it made sense. To be honest, in order to chase after this person, they were really tired out for more than a day. Not only were they tired physically, but they were also mentally tired. Then, it would be good to go to the edge of the sandbags to check if there were any traces of movement. At least, they could be sure that this person had gone far away. Or was he hiding among the sandbags? Chapter 135. Danger had quietly descended upon them. Everyone had subconsciously confirmed that the vicious man had 2 options. It was either one or the other, but they did not expect that he actually had a third option. What if the vicious man was hiding under the sand outside the sandbags? They had guessed correctly. In the vast desert, since he could not fly, then burrowing was a must. The problem was that even if Lu Xiaoyi wanted to have a showdown with them, he did not necessarily have to hide among the sandbags. Wouldn't it be better to find a shallow spot a few feet away from the sandbags and bury himself? Seeing the 5 companions forcefully patrolling the sandbags on the other side, looking for traces, without the previous strict mutual protection, the linen visitor and Brother Wu subconsciously felt that something was amiss. Then, they reacted at the same time. Danger. This was the linen visitor's warning. Come back. This was Brother Wu's reminder. But the two of them had made the same fatal mistake as the cultivator who had made a mistake on the sand dune previously. That was, when you shout danger, you have to have a subject. The 5 cultivators subconsciously thought that the danger came from within the sandbags. Just as they raised their heads to look, the sand behind one of the cultivators silently slid away, and a long sword was raised upwards. Following that, a figure sprang up from the ground, running in the direction of a cultivator's body, blocking the arrow that the linen visitor was about to release. Beiju, get down. This time, the sack-clothed man finally remembered the main sentence he wanted to say. He meant to tell his subordinates not to stand in the way, but for a cultivator who was only a few feet away from the murderer, there was no idea more stupid than telling him to lie down. Beiju was very obedient, because he knew how terrifying Brother Ma's engraved bow was. But before the arrow could fly past his prone body, several flying daggers had already pierced through his body. Lu Xiaoyi ran like a snake, increasing his speed to the maximum. He did not even hesitate to use the 4th gear of the tornado escape technique to achieve the goal of quickly widening the distance between them. Lying in the sand, he could see very clearly with his eyes open. When he saw the flashy cultivator standing in the middle with a big bow, he knew that this thing was very powerful. Hence, he was really running this time, running with all his might. Running like a snake, he instantly increased his speed. A scorching ray brushed past him at a speed that he could not react to. That was not an arrow. Instead, it was a mass of spiritual energy, a power that a chi-eating cultivator could not contend against. Lu Xiaoyi felt that this power was a huge threat to him. He simply ended the game and ran further and further away until he disappeared. He had lost interest in continuing the chase, and so had the pursuers. There was nothing more infuriating than an enemy like this. 10 cultivators had already lost their lives in the hands of this demon. What was frightening was not his strength, but his mind. Cruel, patient, cunning, despicable, and unscrupulous. He only had 2 moves, the sword, the chop, and the stab, but there were countless ways to use them. They were never repeated. They were perfectly integrated with nature, the environment, the human heart, judgment, and insight. This was a fatal blow. The leader, Brother Wu, walked over and sighed. Brother Ma Yi, our patrol time is almost up. Our brothers came out to accumulate resources, so I can't stop them from going back. If you don't keep an eye on those red threadworms, who can tell if there are more or less of them? Cultivation is for longevity, not fighting for one's life. I will return now. What about you guys? Ma Yi looked at his companions with a desolate expression. Although he did not say anything, he could see the answer from their eyes. His glory was gone. If he wanted to get it back, there was only one way: bring my 3 brothers back. Promise me that you will take good care of them. Big Brother Wu couldn't help but be moved. Although Linen Robe was unruly and had a violent temper, at certain times, he had an awe-inspiring and inviolable bearing. If such a person were to walk out, he would definitely be an overlord. The 3 subordinates spoke in unison and wanted to continue following him, but they were rudely interrupted by Ma Yi. Everyone has their own pursuit. There is no need to change yourself for others. You may feel loyalty now, but when the time passes, you will regret it. Why bother? What you are pursuing now is resources. Then go and gather resources. What I am pursuing now is spirit. Resources are secondary. This is irreplaceable. In the field of spirit, no one can help each other. When I come back, we will still be good brothers. Lu Xiaoyi took a big detour and returned to Pu City. No matter how magnanimous his heart was, he should not continue to stay in the Gobi Desert for the time being. This was not the time to be a hero. He had killed 10 people and still acted like he was invincible. That would be foolish behavior. Even if he knew very well that if the other party continued to form an organization, the possibility of them causing trouble on a large scale was very small. When an individual gained an advantage in a confrontation with an organization, even if it was a loose alliance, one should not be overly indulged in one's own achievements. An alliance could fail, and if they failed, they could start over again. However, an individual would not have the chance to start over again. Therefore, he had to retreat and give the other party a way out. He had to give them a reason to be too lazy to pursue the matter. He should not continue to hang on the cliff top and pretend to be a big shot. Even if he made such a judgment, he could not rule out the possibility that an individual would make an irrational choice out of humiliation. The north gate of Pu City was the most leisurely of the 4 city gates of Pu City. This was because it faced the Gobi Desert. Most of the people who entered and exited it were the indigenous people of the Sand Nation. There were relatively few commercial activities there. After all, there were very few caravans who had the ability to pass through the Gobi Desert. If they had the energy, they would rather spend more time taking a detour than suffer in the Gobi Desert for more than 10 days. Leisurely meant that there were fewer customers passing by, and it also meant that there was less profit to be made. To the soldiers guarding the city gates, this was the most unpopular job among the 4 city gates of Pu City. It was impossible for them to take turns. There were always close and distant relationships, and there were also distant relationships. The gate officers who were sent here were the ones who had the worst relationships with others. Laro Bai was such a person. He had been in the army for dozens of years, and did not have any other skills in life. He had many bad habits, but he did not earn much. He was all alone, without a wife or children. He had been hanging around in the ranks of the city's soldiers. He had a bad temper. He took advantage of his age and seniority to say strange things. Who would be willing to listen to him? Therefore, he stayed at the north gate. It was his own doing, so he could not blame anyone. Yesterday, a friend of his who worked in the Yamen invited him for a drink and introduced him to a business. A child from a wealthy family was spoiled by his mother's family. After the child's father returned from a distant business trip, he felt that the child was too good for nothing and needed to be beaten up. Therefore, he wanted to change the child's environment to make him suffer more. Chapter 136. The idea was good, but he didn't expect that he couldn't hide anything from his mother's powerful family. No matter where he was arranged, whether it was on the counter, in the restaurant, or in the warehouse, he would be treated like a young master. He couldn't achieve the purpose of training at all, so he thought of a way to send the child to the north gate to be a doorman. The condition was that he would be treated the same as the other doormen. If others had to eat chaff, he would have to eat chaff. If others were hungry, he would have to starve. If others were working, he couldn't be idle. 1 month, he would pay 10 taels of silver upfront. If he did well, and the young master changed, he would be rewarded with another 10 taels of silver. This was the strangest business that Old Bai had ever heard of in his 40 years of life, but it was also the simplest business. It was to insert a soldier into the city gate team. Such a small matter was not worth mentioning to him, a city gate official who was not qualified to be a city gate official. Early this morning, he found a fitting soldier's uniform for the young master. It couldn't be considered armor, but there was a soldier embroidered on the chest and a soldier embroidered on the back. It was just this kind of thing. Wearing it in summer was hot, and wearing it in winter was cold. Although the young master was not particularly tall, his figure was very tall. It was a sign that he had been well nourished since he was young. Regarding this, although Laro Bai, who was thin and slightly bulky, never said anything, he hated the injustice of the world and the unfairness of the heavens in his heart. Usually, he didn't dare to show it. If he was slightly disrespectful to these influential families, he would lose his job at any time. But now, there was such a natural opportunity to torture the rich family's young master, and the more he tortured, the more he would gain. How could he let it go? Early in the morning, when the young master was led to the military station in the north of the city, the torture began. After putting on the uniform and boots, the other soldiers went to the city gate, but he, who came late, had to carry 7 or 8 spears to the city gate. In peaceful times, people usually just carried a saber at their waist. Most of the time, they didn't even have a saber, but only a saber handle on the sheath to scare people. Although a saber of a few kilograms wasn't heavy, if it was hung for a day, it would be very tiring. Therefore, no one would bring a spear to the city gate. Making the young master carry it was torturing him. Although the military depot was not far from the city gate, it was still several hundred jong away. 7 or 8 spears, when bundled together, weighed several dozen jin. Even Laro by himself would have to take a few breaths to catch his breath in this hot weather. However, this young master he didn't stop. Laro by couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Eating beef and mutton from a young age was indeed different from eating vegetables. Laro by also knew that he could not order the young master around, but basically, he had to do whatever the others did. There was no preferential treatment. The food was simple. Although he was fed, there was basically no meat. From the time the city gates opened until the beginning of the evening, he had to stand for a total of 12 hours. Even if he did not do anything, his body would not be able to take it. Their duties were also very simple. It was to check the passers-by, especially the strangers, their travel permits, official documents, their purpose of origin, whether they were criminals wanted by the government. When the caravans passed by, they would also check whether they were carrying prohibited items, whether the goods were the same as what was written on the official documents, and so on. Of course, the scale had to be controlled by themselves. How much money they could earn depended on their own ability. If they were able to find the smuggled goods, they would be rewarded. If they couldn't find the smuggled goods, they could only obediently let them go. When doing this, they had to be experienced. The young master usually watched from the side. He did not like to talk and covered his face tightly with a white cloth. This was very common in Pu City. The sandstorm was strong, so many people dressed like this. Otherwise, their nostrils would be full after a day. Laro by understood his thoughts. If the reputable young master of Pu City were to guard the city gate here, wouldn't he be a laughingstock if those rich kids saw him? Therefore, he had to cover his face tightly. The more Laro by interacted with him, the more he felt that this young master wasn't as bad as his family said. He was hardworking, taciturn, and unable to utter a single word. Most of the time, he would just hold his spear and stare blankly at the customers passing by. If all the soldiers under his command were like him, Laro by felt that he would be much less worried. After a few days, he also gave up the idea of torturing him. Instead, he wanted to know which family's young master was from. From the beginning, this young master had covered his face and it seemed like he had never taken it off. This made Laro by feel much less worried. There were also some soldiers with bad intentions, but the young master was strong and never fought for anything. Therefore, they slowly began to accept him. Days like this passed very quickly. The boring tasks seemed to be able to torture people until they became stupid. 7 to 8 bored people would hide in the cave at the city gate and judge every passerby. This person was a profiteer, that person was from the Sand Nation, this old woman was very talkative, and that young woman had very fair skin. They did this to pass the time. This was a boring life, and someone had to do it. At this time, the young master was always silent. He was so silent that it made people think that he was mute. Laro by suspected that this was a young master who was not from the direct line of descent and was ostracized by the family. Why was he so listless? A month later, it was almost Shusha. It was a beautiful evening. The setting sun and the desert were a perfect match, setting off each other. There was a kind of beauty that made one's soul tremble. The young master liked to see this the most, although his companions had long been accustomed to it. 2 desert camels trotted over unhurriedly. A person sat on one of the camels and covered his face with a thick cloth. This was not new. Almost all the people who came from the Gobi Desert in the north dressed like this. The timing was quite accurate. At the city gate, this person did not dismount from the camel. He just handed over his travel permit. Generally, people who did this were people with high status. Ordinary people would not dare to do this. The more it was like this, the more careful the soldiers guarding the city would be. They would not dare to act rashly. There was no problem with the travel permit. It came from the prefecture on the other side of the Gobi Desert. It was a big place, and it was stamped with a mansion recruitment seal. Ordinary people could not reach this level. Looking at the clothing, it was very noble. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. Therefore, Larrabee respectfully handed over the travel permit with both hands and was about to wave his hand to let the person pass. As for the careful inspection, there was no such thing. It was blasphemy to let a noble open his bag and show his face. However, the young master, who had not spoken for a month, suddenly uttered a sentence in a low voice. "The entrance fee is 2 taels of silver." Larrabee and the other soldiers were very surprised. It was not only the young master who had spoken for the first time, but also the price tag was very high. Generally, when a large camel caravan passed through the city, it would only pay 1 tael of silver to avoid trouble. For an individual merchant, even if there was a little problem, it would be fine to pay a few taels of silver. If you charged too much and reported it to the government, it would be troublesome for the soldiers guarding the city. There was only one reason for daring to ask for 2 taels of silver. This customer had a problem. Chapter 137. Before Larrabee could stop the crazy young master, the guest on the camel had already tossed out a piece of silver. It looked like it was more than 2 taels. Larrabee picked up the silver from the ground. He did not feel that it was disrespectful to him at all. Years of hardships and the pressure of life had made him forget about his dignity. Just as he was about to signal his soldiers to make way, the young master behind him suddenly said something. "Open your face, I'm looking at you." He was treating the guest like a suspected fugitive. Could it be that the silent young master had noticed something wrong? Larrabee was snobbish, but he had been guarding the door for decades and was extremely experienced. If the guest had not paid the silver, he would have scolded the young master and asked him to make way. Since the guest had paid the silver, it most likely meant that the guest was guilty, or a big fish, or a big case. Anyway, the young master would take care of it. His family was powerful, so it would not be the small city guard's turn to be beaten. This was Larrabee's idea. Since the young master wanted to stand up for the guest, they might as well do it once. Who knows, they might even make a lot of money. The guest hesitated for a moment. He probably felt that there was no need to lower himself to the same level as these lowly soldiers and cause unnecessary trouble. Hence, he raised his head and took off his mask, revealing a face that was different from the others. His face was full of pockmarks and a terrifying scar. It was obvious that he had been cut by a sharp weapon. A noble would not look like this. The Kingdom of Darkness was a country with rules. Whether it was the officials or the merchants, they valued appearance and image very much. A face like this guest's could not possibly exist in the upper class. Larrabee was relieved. This person was indeed not one of the dozens of wanted posters that had been sent to Pu City. However, based on his appearance, there was nothing wrong with investigating him. For people in the martial arts world, only a ruthless investigation could lead to a fat harvest. This time, there was no need for the young master to interrupt. Larrabee was able to handle everything by himself. He was the expert in how to extract the most profit from the young master. "Open your camel. Open your bag. Your origin is unknown. I suspect that you are carrying prohibited items. As the North Gate officer of Pu City, I have the right to ask you to cooperate with our investigation." Senior White's plan was really well reasoned and watertight, and he was very familiar with it. When the soldiers behind him heard this, they were shocked. Because this usually meant that they would be able to eat until their stomachs were full. Those who held the saber pressed the saber, and those who held the spear raised the spear. They had practiced this scene countless times, and were very familiar with it. The customer was surprised, but he didn't argue. He slowly got off the camel and looked at Larrabee, who had a serious expression on his face. He raised his hand and slapped Larrabee. Larrabee spun as he flew out. The soldiers behind him hurriedly caught him. Covering his face, he felt that half of his gums had loosened. Although his position was lowly, he had never suffered such a great loss in the 10 years he had been in the position of city gate commander. Even if he occasionally crossed the line, the big shots wouldn't really bother with a small fry like him. Even if he was a sticky candy, he could not be killed over such a small matter. Sticky hands. This time, a stranger with a pockmarked face actually dared to slap him in the face. In his anger, He didn't care about anything else. He shouted, "Brothers, take down this notorious thief for me." In his anger, he didn't forget to pin a crime on him. Before he could finish his words, his subordinates were still hesitating. Suddenly, a blood-stained spear tip suddenly appeared on the chest of the guest with the pockmarked face, who was standing there calmly and leisurely. Pockmarked face was full of disbelief. He had never thought that the sackclothed traveler, who had roamed unhindered for a lifetime and was renowned in several provinces and counties, would actually die in such a bizarre manner from the soldiers at the city gate, who demanded money from him. What was this place? Wasn't Pu City the land of the night? How dare they block the road and rob people in broad daylight? Was there any law? He wanted to turn around with difficulty, but at the same time, he realized that something was wrong. If it was really an ordinary soldier who stabbed him in the back, it was impossible for him not to feel it. Since he was able to hide from him, he was definitely not an ordinary person, but a cultivator. The spear tip spun cruelly, and his heart was in a mess. He could no longer control his body, and he couldn't see the person who ambushed him. However, a faint voice came from behind him. "You shouldn't have come to me. The rules of the cultivation world are set according to the rules. Didn't you think of the consequences when you came to find me?" He understood everything now. The pockmarked face customer's body went limp, and he lost control of his bladder. If it wasn't for the support of the spear, he would have become a puddle of mud on the ground. His glory was gone. His dreams were lost. Was it worth it just for that trace of unwillingness in his heart? No expression could be seen under the thick bandage on his face. There was only a spear in his hand, and he walked towards a small corner gate beside the city gate. The pockmarked face customer was still hanging on the spear. The soldiers opposite him, including the so-called experienced Larobai, were all dumbfounded. Larobai's lips trembled uncontrollably, and at the same time, his body trembled. "That bastard. I only asked you to take him, but I didn't ask you to stab him. What should we do? What should we do?" The young master entered the corner gate, and a voice came out, "Bring the desert camels over. Clean up the bloodstains. Everyone, come and get your share." This sentence was more effective than anything else. How could there be any good people who had been here for so many years? Even the most honest person would change after staying here for a year. In a flurry, they picked up a few buckets of water next to them and washed it down. Fortunately, the sand and stone road did not leave any color, so it was just a little darker. After being exposed to the sun for a day tomorrow, no one would be able to tell. Everyone hugged the two desert camels and Larobai, and squeezed into the corner gate together. No one looked at the gate. Who cared about that when it was time to split the loot? A corpse and a few bags, that was all. A few soldiers were nimble, but when they opened the bags, they were greatly disappointed. They were all ordinary things, and there was no money. But when they touched the corpse, they were overjoyed. There were more than 100 taels of silver in the pockmarked man's pocket. They didn't know how he hid it. Even they, who had sharp eyes, did not see it before. Instead, it was the taciturn young master who saw it. Everyone unanimously believed that this was a notorious thief, but the wanted poster had not been issued yet. Of course, they would think so. The person had already been killed, so what else could they think? Were they scaring themselves? The silver was divided into 7 portions, and the 2 largest portions were for Larobai and the young master. Although the young master had the least experience, a person who dared to kill, even if he only came for a day, the largest portion would definitely be his. This was only the first division. The 2 desert camels outside could be sold for more than 100 taels of silver, so they could divide it again. Under the stimulation of money, the soldiers were very efficient. The desert camels were led to the desert camels outside the city, and the corpses were sent to the wild wolf ditch. There was no need to bury them. They were left there for 3 days, and not even the bones would be left. All traces had been wiped clean. The young master glanced at Larobai, who had not completely recovered, and thought to himself, "This guy is not as ruthless as his subordinate." He stuffed the silver into Larobai's pocket, and for the first time, he spoke more than usual. "No one will investigate this person's background. You don't have to worry at all. As for me, if someone really asks, Just say that I know I've committed a capital crime and have fled to the ends of the world." He didn't say much and left. Larobai's legs went soft, and he sat down on the ground. Chapter 139. Everything had happened too quickly and too suddenly. It had not even been a moment since the killing, the splitting of the loot, and everyone had gone their separate ways. It was only after the young master had left that he realized what had happened. This person was not a young master at all. He was an assassin. To think that he had ordered him around without knowing that he was playing a prank on the Grim Reaper. This person's target was the pockmarked man. For this, he had waited here for a month. However, if it was a vendetta in the Jianghu, then no one would investigate this person's death. As long as they did not leave any traces behind. Suddenly, he remembered something. He got up from the ground and hurriedly ran to the magistrate's office. How many years had it been since he had been so anxious? The sky was already dark when he arrived at an official's residence and asked his friend out. The friend looked at him and smiled. "Old Bai, are you here to ask me out for a drink?" Old Bai grabbed his wrist. "Tell me the truth. Which family is that young master who is the doorman from? What's his name?" The friend was shocked. "What young master? Why can't I understand what you're saying? Old Bai, have you become muddle-headed from the heat?" Old Bai's face was ashen. He let go of his hand. "This friend, I can still." Lu Xiaoyi did not return to Pu City. Instead, he walked through the outskirts of the city. His destination was a manor in the southern part of Lu province. Of course, it was now under the name of the housekeeper of the inner residence. Old Tu Lu Yarosha was recuperating in the manor. He had a bad feeling about the Red Line Alliance and the rogue cultivators. Back then, because of his carelessness, he was intercepted in the Gobi Desert. That was how he killed 10 people and forced the enemy to retreat. It sounded very hot-blooded, but he knew that he had a loophole. The loophole was that there was only one nearest city outside the Gobi Desert, Pu City. If the rogue cultivators wanted to know his background, Pu City would be their first choice. Moreover, his judgment was that the other party could not make a big move because they wanted to capture the Red Line worm. However, the possibility of sending 1 or 2 people in advance to find out his background was quite high. How could they find out? The Sand Nation people at the edge of the Gobi Desert outside Pu City. Lu Xiaoyi had been cultivating here for nearly 10 years. Most of the people he had met in the Gobi were ordinary Sand Nation people. Therefore, it was not difficult to find his roots after asking around. Most importantly, the Sand Nation people lived in scattered places, and some of them didn't even have a fixed residence. He couldn't find the Red Line Alliance cultivators by monitoring them. Therefore, the gate of Pu City was his only choice. If a cultivator were to enter through the 4 city gates, there was a high chance that they would not take a detour around the other city gates. There was no need for them to be so careful. Even so, as a precaution, he still sent his mother to the village in the southern suburbs. The environment there was elegant and green. In Lu Xiaoyi's heart, the living environment there was much better than the Lu province in the city. Then, all that was left was to wait. What he didn't expect was that the person who came was actually the leader, Hemp Clothes. That flashy bow-wielding attacker. Well, since he was here, it meant that this was the last trouble. Therefore, after Hemp Clothes took off his scarf and confirmed his identity, he shot him through the heart. This was his style. He would never feel uneasy just because he had launched a sneak attack. There was no such thing as guilt in his heart. When he brought the corpse to the small Jiaoman, he had already taken all the storage rings. It was not that he was greedy, but that it was not suitable for ordinary people to come into contact with these things. The silver in Hemp Clothes' arms was taken by him from the storage rings, so it was not easy to take too much. For these people, a large sum of money could lead to immediate disaster. 100 taels of silver, 10 taels per person, and a few trips to the Turbid Tavern was just right. They would not suddenly become rich and cause trouble. With the troubles in the Gobi Desert, the Red Line Alliance would not last long. With the Red Line worms being hunted indiscriminately, they would become rarer, and the distribution of benefits would be uneven. Disbanding and infighting would happen sooner or later. At that time, who would pay attention to a fugitive killer on the edge of the Gobi Desert? When he rushed back to the manor, the sky was already completely dark. The manor was brightly lit. His mother was old and did not like the darkness. She would only feel at ease if she saw her son. Only then would she be able to sleep peacefully. The once shrewd and capable woman was no longer there. The one sitting here now was an ordinary mother who looked forward to her child's return every day. This kind of situation made it difficult for Lu Xiaoyi to choose. Should he accompany his mother in her final days and stay by her side? Or should he continue to strive to break through that barrier and reach a higher level to give his mother a longer life? Life always forced you to make choices again and again. It never stopped. On the small square table were Lu Xiaoyi's favorite dishes. These were prepared every day when he returned at this time. Watching him wolf down the food was the happiest time of the day for Lu Yarosha. I've already distributed the shops in the city. I can't treat the girls who have been with me the longest and those outside. While watching her son eat, Lu Yarosha muttered. There was no problem with her mind. It was just that she was a little childish now. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. I'll hand it over to old two later. They won't be short of anything. They won't have to worry about the rest of their lives. Actually, they couldn't talk for long. His mother's mind was getting weaker and weaker. She was also getting more and more paranoid. However, he couldn't do anything about it. There weren't many houses in the manor. Most of them were occupied by his mother and the maids. He also didn't have an independent courtyard. It was just a room. However, it didn't matter. To him, the fields outside were more to his liking. He didn't need sleep to ensure his rest. Meditating was enough. It was a very good way to cultivate. Taking advantage of the bright moonlight, he began to rummage through his accidental gains today. It was still the same. Gold and jewels were the most. These things could ensure a cultivator's luxurious life in the mortal world. Then there were elixirs, spirit stones, talismans, spiritual objects, a few low-level spell jade slips, and hundreds of red thread worms in the spirit beast pouch. These were all good things. However, to Lu Xiaoyi, they weren't what he needed the most. He only needed two things now. One was a way to extend his mother's life. The other was something to help him build his foundation. Unfortunately, there were no surprises. There were only two things that he was interested in. The eyebrow pisser and the engraved bow. The weapon he was most comfortable with now was the long sword he got from Liang Quangren. It was mixed with cultivation materials. It wasn't an ordinary weapon. The troublesome thing was that it was too long. He couldn't put it in the storage ring. He could only hang it on his waist. It was a bit conspicuous. This eyebrow pisser was only 1.5 feet long, less than half the length of the long sword. The advantage was that it could be put in the storage ring and wouldn't attract attention. Moreover, the material of this eyebrow pisser was very precious. However, he wasn't interested in comparing the long sword and the eyebrow pisser to determine which one was tougher. Chapter 140. The engraving of the bow should be his biggest gain this time. Looking at the engravings on the bow, there were the 3 words Kai Tian Bow, which was its name. However, there was no method to use it. He had to figure it out himself. It was hard to say whether he could reach the level of the sackcloth man. The stories in biographies usually said that if there was a treasure, there would be a corresponding cultivation method in the ring. However, the reality was that no one would keep the method of using the ring. It was like a password and a bank card. Only an idiot would keep them together. But why would the biographies write this way? But it was useless. It had been almost 10 years since he entered the path of Tao by catching the white sandworm. In 10 years, he had reached the peak of qi eating. He could be considered outstanding among the individual cultivators, but he could only be ranked below average among the sect disciples. In his current state, even if he used the spirit-gathering formation, he would not improve after a day of cultivation. This was not a bottleneck, but he really could not improve. After 5 years of polishing, the gaseous spiritual power in his body had become crystal clear and pure. All of this had laid a solid foundation for Zhuji. However, how could he take that step? Originally, he had a Zhuji Dan. With his temper, he did not pursue perfection. It did not matter whether he used the ancient method of Zhuji Dan naturally or swallowed the Dan to sense it. As long as he could help his mother, he could extend his life by a few hundred years. Was there a need to be so clear? However, after nearly a month of foot soaking, the medicinal properties of the Zhuji Dan had disappeared. The mist in the Dan had dissipated, and it could not maintain the Dan's effect. Although he knew nothing about Dan, he knew that there was not much medicinal power left in the Dan. Even the outer shell was a little soft. He could not rely on this thing to help him. As for the ancient method of Zhuji Dan naturally, in this situation, he could only hope that the ancestors' graves would smoke and the heavens would bless him. However, there were too many humans. The heavens could not see him, and Lu Sima had no interest in helping him in the dark. After a night of thinking, he finally decided to accompany his mother on her last journey. If during this process, the heavens gave him a chance out of filial piety, then his mother's life was not meant to end. If not, a person of 60 years old was not considered to have a long life in this world. It was not bad to be able to go through life without any danger. Since he had made up his mind, he no longer worried about his gains and losses. Lu Xiaoyi was also very clear that the more he thought about it, the less likely that the so-called opportunity or epiphany would befall him. They did not leave the farm because his mother had come to like the fresh air here. It was isolated from the world and away from the hustle and bustle of the world. She did not have many friends and did not inform anyone, not even her brothers who were far away in Zhaoye. She didn't want anyone to see her weak and powerless appearance. With her son by her side, nothing else mattered. During this period of time in the farm, it was the only time the mother and son spent time together. Lu Xiaoyi did not need to follow etiquette and only needed to attend to matters of the day and night. Lu Xiaoyi did not need to be obsessed with cultivation and only cared about his own matters. They had the happiest memories of this period of time, from all the bad things that happened when Lu Xiaoyi was born to all the experiences that happened when he grew up. They also talked about his father, Lu Sima, Aunt Cai Huan, grandfather, second uncle, third uncle, and other relatives. These memories were originally fragmented in Lu Xiaoyi's mind, like a ball of scattered sand. Under his mother's tireless narration, they gradually became a long river of time. Cultivation did not require one to forget these things, but to pick them up, memorize them, and then carefully store them away. When one was lonely, one could take them out and savor them. In the fields, in the grain-grinding fields, on the small roads in the countryside, on the fragrant grass, Lu Xiaoyi pushed the wooden wheelchair and accompanied his mother to enjoy the gifts of nature. This was the gift of the Creator that they had never paid attention to before. A simple life had simple pleasures. When one's mind was empty and no longer filled with schemes of life and death, when one's mind was filled with flies and dogs, it could contain even more beautiful things in this world. Although this state was destined to not last long, to be able to have such a period of time, it was also a rare experience in life. Some people never had such a state in their entire lives, so they could not understand it. This caused their thoughts to lack a sense of emptiness, and it was also imperceptibly changing some things in the unseen world. Lu Xiaoyi had also tried countless times to improve his mother's body, but it was to no avail. Although there were many things that he did not understand, and he was a newcomer in cultivation who was pacing back and forth at the door, he could faintly feel that a kind of irreversible life force was being lost and returning to heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. His mother's body did not seem to be any different from before the new year, but her mind was sharper, she could see further and think more. That night, after eating very little porridge, Lu Xiaoyi pushed his mother through the fields again. The crickets were singing happily, the stars were dense, and a cool breeze was blowing. The air was rippling with the unique fragrance of the fields. His mother was in a very good mood today. She felt that she needed to ask 2 questions that she had always wanted to ask. If she was any later, she might not have the chance. Xiaoyi, you never ask about your father. I'm very curious. Every boy wants to know what kind of person their father is, but you don't seem to be like that. He left early and you have never seen him. This is pardonable, but I still want to know, do you really not care at all? Lu Xiaoyi was very embarrassed. Mother, maybe I just don't want a strict person to control me. If father was here, I would most likely only be able to study and would not be able to cultivate. I wouldn't be able to help second uncle and the others. Lu Yarosha disagreed. You're wrong. You speak as if studying is useless. If your father was here, your second uncle and the others would not have taken the wrong path. Lu Xiaoyi did not argue. Maybe, but your son is really not cut out for studying. He was not telling the truth. Every boy, in the process of growing up, the first person they would worship would be their father. The first person they would fear would be their father. Even if Lu Sima left early, the height he had reached was enough for boys to worship him. Lu Xiaoyi did not because he was afraid. Although his memories of his previous life were already blurry, he could vaguely feel that he had a powerful father. He was afraid of this father, even afraid that he would cross time and space to beat him up. Therefore, even if it was purely a feeling, he did not dare to recognize another father. Lu Yarosha did not think too much about it. With her life experience, a father and son were most likely a pair of enemies. When put together, they would not be able to stop. Therefore, she asked the question she wanted to know the most. This was completely a woman's gossip. She had endured for 10 years, and it was really too difficult for her to endure. Xiaoyi, what kind of girls do you like? Weak, defy, introverted, extroverted, classy, educated, pretty daughters from humble families, virtuous wives. There has to be a type, right? I saw that you and second sister Li have interacted before. It seems like you still like women. Why haven't I seen any movements in this area all these years? Is it because PU City is too small and you don't like anyone? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.